And the justice element does not get emphasized enough when we're talking about it. It doesn't get emphasized enough. So it's very important, and from my point of view, the way that I see it is that as long as the goal of justice is satisfied, and the trade-off that we're talking about in terms of a performance decrement is not so much, then it is for us very clear the imperative is that we have to go in for and include people who have been marginalized. So that is the point that I just want to put down for you. In support of that, there are a few things I want to say. The first, you've all heard of the Pareto principle. You've all heard about, so there is research that actually points out that there are only a small number of people who are at the extreme end of the performance kind of distribution who make a very positive impact on organizations. The vast majority of people, as long as they're doing their job well, organizations can thrive, but it's the extremes that drive performance. Okay, so there's research on this. You can go and you can look at it. It suggests that and they are also disproportionately rewarded, right? So those are the people, whether in sports, whether in any other domain, the people who are the extreme performers who drive the performance of the entire team, the entire organization, they're limited. What that suggests to us is that for the vast majority of roles, for us to think about and say someone is in the 70th percentile, someone is in the 71st percentile, that's meaningless for us. It really does not have a huge impact on the way that organizations perform. So it's there for you to think about and include people who are from marginalized communities is not a bad thing at all. It doesn't hurt the performance of the organization. That's point number one. Which is to say that those fine-grained ways in which we draw out merit. And again, in the 3 years that I've been here, when I go and I talk to people, people talk about the rank that they got in the JEE, people talk about what they got in the 12th standard, the UPSC rank and so on. I think, what we got 40 years ago, 70 years ago, I mean not 70, 40 years ago is not hugely relevant, that's there. But also the fine-grained kind of like the differences that we're making does not have huge performance implications. This is point number one. I just want to make that note down for you. Point number two that I want to say is that there is a lot of noise in the way that we measure merit. Okay, so we look at so just because someone, and this is from someone, so please take it with a pinch of salt. I didn't go to an IIT. Okay, so I just want to be clear. So I didn't go into an IIT, and not because I didn't want to go, I didn't make it into an IIT. Okay, I also want to be clear about that. This is not, I'm not making any claims about my being, so take what I'm saying with a pinch of salt. But what I want to say is that, what they do on that one given day at that point in time, that is not a marker of merit that you're going to carry on your forehead for the rest of your life, right? So there is noise there because there are people who could have gotten that rank that day and didn't, because for whatever reason, that they didn't get that rank, but that should not be the determinant of what goes on forever. So you need to have a much more holistic way in which you measure whatever you call merit. So that's my second point, that there is a lot of noise in and around the way that you do that. And the third point that I want to put down for you is, and this is where over the years, that in various positions that I've looked at is, human beings have a tremendous capacity to learn. So you bring people in, you give them an opportunity, so even if these are people that you think were not the people who are going to be cutting it. And again, I'm not saying Mohan Reddy Garu and I were in an interview panel recently. There was one person who just stood out. I mean, it was crystal clear that person was outstanding. The others were all in some distribution, but one person stood out. I'm not talking about the extremes. I'm talking about the people who are there in the middle, so that are there. For you to bring in some of those people, give them a chance, train them and make them a little bit better, that I think is needing to do a lot about. So I'll stop here just to make this particular point, right? I just want to say this, so and I'm a teacher, so I have this desire to summarize what I said in a few sentences. So I just want to say that there is a lot that is going on in the world about not trying to include people who have been historically disadvantaged. And I would like all of you to try to resist that, okay? So this is something I would like. As leaders, I think it is very important that you resist that. Part of the reason is because it leads to innovation. Part of that is there, but part of it is, it's very clearly, it is about the justice element. And what I want to say, that summary is that this is not detrimental to the performance of an organization. With that, I'll stop. I'm very confident that this is not what people were expecting me to say as part of my in this leadership address, but I needed to get it.
Bharat Bhushan Garu to the dais. Madan Pilutla, Dean and Professor of Organizational Behavior at the Indian School of Business, a position he has held since July 2021. He holds an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from BITS Pilani and a postgraduate degree in personal management from XLRI. A big round of applause to the first speaker who has given us a lot of valuable insights to us. Looking forward for more enthusiasm from the participants, as every session is going to be on the leadership qualities. It's going to be to impact, innovate and create something new learning for us. Thank you very much, sir. Sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, good morning to all. All set for the, we have got the keynote address. Now we are going to move on to the sessions. I think, are you all excited? Hello, students, are you all excited? Yeah, big round of applause, okay. Now we are going to start the session. Before that, there is a small ground rules or the housekeeping rule. Normally we keep it. We know very well the best of the best speakers available in India are with us today. So I request all of you to keep your mobile phone in silent or switch off mode, number one. Number two, there is a question session which is again going to become digitally. So you all might have got your registration delegate, right, kit? In the kit you can find that QR codes. The end of the session one towards, there will be, you can just open up that QR code get open and you can just give your name and type your question. The first 5 questions will be answered by the speakers because of the time paucity. Otherwise, we will see that we will answer all the questions at the later stage. And again, repeating you, please keep your mobile phone in switch off or silent mode, as we got the best of the best speakers available today. And we are going to impart more knowledge, take more knowledge to the home. Are you all okay? I want a Josh. Are you all okay? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for putting so much of Josh in us. Next we have Dr. BVR Mohan Reddy, founder, chairman and board member, Cyient. Dr. BVR Reddy is a visionary who firmly placed India on the global engineering research and development services map by establishing Cyient, formerly Infotech Enterprise, in 1991. Cyient now is a global digital engineering and technology solutions company. Cyient collaborates with customers to design digital enterprises, build intelligent products and platforms, and solve sustainability challenges. Cyient is committed to design tomorrow, where you can post your questions, and the first 5 questions will be picked up based on the QR code. And at the end of the day, the scanner, if you scan, you will be getting a feedback form where it will be asking your name and email ID. Once you fill up that and submit, you will be getting your e-certificate on your mobiles. So let's look forward for a wonderful day ahead.
Two minutes.
This being a 5-chat section, we also have the speaker Rajesh Dudu, who shapes the thought, leadership and GTM approaches in Web 3.0 emerging tech at PwC, the world's largest professional services network. A big round of applause for both the speakers during the panel discussion. Earlier at Tech Mahindra, a USD 6.5 billion IT conglomerate, he established the global leader status for the company in blockchain, Web 3.0, metaverse, cybersecurity, and cognitive tech areas. He was also instrumental in making Mahindra Group of companies like Mahindra Life Spaces and Mahindra Auto Refine customer experience and business models using spatial reality and immersive tech. Thank you. I hand over the session to both the speakers. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm okay. Morning, everyone. It's good to see such august audience and the hall brimming to the full capacity. So during the preparatory session, when I had an opportunity to exchange few thoughts with BVR Garu, in the end, BVR Garu told me, Rajesh, you may also have all the answers. I told him, yes, sir, I have all the answers. But what is more important is to have the right answers with the right wisdom. That is what is more important. And it's such a pleasure to have you today here, sir. So we're looking for those right answers with deep wisdom that you have.
Sure.
To kick it off, in terms of the first thing I wanted to check with you, BVR Garu, AI has been around for 50 years now, or more than 50 years. You know, if someone in the audience, does anyone in the audience know when was the first AI application that came into existence? Any takers? The first AI application came into existence in late 50s, early 60s. They used a computer called Mark Ferranti 1, which was used to play a game of checkers. And can you imagine what was the memory of, or the RAM that was used at that point of time? It is 0.28 MB. I repeat, it is 0.28 MB. Now look at where we are. So that is the significant advancement that has been made in the AI world. And we know that AI has been making rapid strides year on year. About 6-7 years ago, it shook the entire world when DeepMind of Google defeated the world's best Go player. Computer has defeated the world's best Go player. So all that has been happening. So the question to you, BVR Garu, is the tech has been around for several decades. When the tech has been around for several decades, why is there a special emphasis on it now?
Sure. Thank you, Rajesh, and good morning to all of you. Thank you, HMA, for inviting me for your annual event. I spoke about a couple of weeks back. Please do not believe that I'm a stock speaker for HMA, but the topic was so tempting that I thought I'll come and share a few thoughts of mine, and especially with a moderator like Mr. Rajesh Reddu. Rajesh, you asked this question saying that which was the first AI application. So can I pose a question back to you? Which was the first PhD?
Right.
AI.
I didn't expect this is out of syllabus for me.
Thank you. So the first PhD in AI, it so happens it's by an Indian, Dr. Raj Reddy's PhD in Stanford
Absolutely.
University in 1961 on speech recognition was the first PhD in AI. But by a strange coincidence, that I happen to know Raj well, and I was associated with him for as many as 10 years. We ran a business together from 1982 to 1992. And this is around 1985, 1986, which we're talking about somewhere in the range of about 36, 38 years back. Those were the days when, you went on a sales call, you did not have a mobile phone, you did not send them a text message that you're going to be there. All that was not there. So long rides, it was actually, I still recall, the sales call was an IIT Mumbai director. So we were talking about it, and you have this long ride, so you get to talk to people. So Raj was saying that, Mohan, to have an autonomous car, we have all the technologies ready. This was, I'm talking about 1985. And he said, look, we have done A, B, C, D, all that are ready at this point of time. So very dumbly, I asked him this question, saying that, Anna, then what is stopping us from making this happen? And the answer was that we will require a 15-ton truck to follow us, carrying all the equipment to make sure that this car becomes an autonomous car. So that was the type of equipment that's required. Fast forward this 30 plus years that we're talking about, what has happened is that 15 tons has got reduced to as much as a kg or a 1.5 kgs. That is the transformation that we've seen. So the key driver, Rajesh, is the transformation in terms of technology that we're seeing. Use AI. So what are the technologies which we feel are converging at this point of time? The first is computing power. These were the days when Rajesh talked about the first
Computer.
AI application, the first computer that they were using. He said 280, it won't be 280, it must be 256, because it has to be multiples of the 64 kb, 128 kb, 256 kb, 512 kb, I can go on, 1024, and so on and so forth. So therefore, if you look at the computing capability at this point, from there to now, is like day and night. And what is it? It used to be CPU power measured by cycles. Then you said, you know, you can probably have GPUs and CPUs together. Then they became TPUs, transaction processing units. And what are we right now? We are in an age of what is called as the quantum computing. Quantum will not do one transaction at a time, but what you will see is a matrix of transactions being done simultaneously. That there millions of transactions will happen just momentarily. That's what will happen. The second one is that we've also seen a tremendous amount of progress in storage. What was the storage used to be a 80 kilobyte floppy, and then it became a 256 kilobyte floppy. We were talking, oh no, I have the best of disk drives, 2 megabytes. Now it's teraflops. Forget about teraflops. They're all now on the cloud. I don't even know how much amount of storage I'm using at this point of time. Or then you come down and say, it is number of sensors that have come by. Sensors which are in a position to sense every movement that you're seeing around. God gave us those 5 sensors. Those 5 sensors are repeatable right now with the computers too. And much more accurately. We'll come to that in a moment. So therefore, and these sensors, which are being so intense, so extensive, become cheaper, they become faster, and they become smaller. They're tiny and tiny. And they're putting out oceans of data. And the oceans of data is on which data is actually the feeding ground for AI. AI thrives on data. It's data which makes the difference to AI. Actually, we will talk about applications as we move forward. One of the constraints that we see is the data. Or the Western world is saying, in about 5 to 6 years from now, they will run out of all the data, that they can't make much progress with AI. So it is a convergence of the 4 things I keep talking about. Computers, storage, etc., communication, sensors, and then the algorithms. The algorithms have also become very sophisticated to what they were in the past. The way in which people are writing algorithms, which are in a position to do several more than what it was. So we keep calling them, as a result of it, you can see applications in every sphere of life. So the technology, the hardware part of it is accelerating AI. The software part of it is amplifying AI. It's a combination of acceleration and amplification, which doesn't happen in many situations. But here is what is further, is things are going to be much, much different. Not only I will say it's come to stay, but it is also going to overtake many things that we could not imagine so far. I'll give you a quick example. Rajesh talked about an application, but truly an application that was attempted by human beings was an application to do handwriting recognition.
Right.
And speech recognition. These were about 1996, 1997. That's when people started them off. And that is when actually they said the computer efficiency compared to the human efficiency was 0%. They could do nothing absolutely. Then it took almost about 26 years thereafter for the computers to become 100% as efficient as
Human beings.
You say it has come to 100% efficiency. But then now look at one other application I'll give you, ChatGPT. That today, which is comprehension, contextualizing, instantaneous answering from large language models, that took 18 months. And what is the efficiency of that? Is 100%. And what we are seeing further, one more interesting one I wanted to share, the last data point, is that there are, amazing things will happen in years to come.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for sharing, in such a lucid manner in terms of how the field of AI has developed over a period of time by leveraging compute power, by leveraging capability of sensors, and getting, first it was behind humans in terms of efficiency. It came on the par, and I think we are at a cusp where it is going to exceed humans in terms of efficiency. And you also gave an example from the medical world where AI is able to diagnose a disease much faster than a human being is able to. And in essence, it is making the doctors very, very effective. Earlier, I spoke to you about first application of AI in humanity. When it comes to business, it was Digital Equipment Corporation, which of automation, BVR Garu. It also gives us a very good segue to the next aspect of this discussion, as the topic is inspiring leadership in the AI era. We spoke about how computers disrupted the compute power, how they have accelerated the automation. Now coming to the field of leadership, how is it going to disrupt the field of leadership? And in terms of more so, we were taught in our classes that leadership has two components, the softer aspects and the harder aspects. So it'll be good to...
What is the role of leader at this point of time in businesses? I'm sure HMA, Management Association, people are all from business and industry. Let me take that. So the three major things that come to my mind is how work is going to change, how workplace is going to change, and how the worker is going to change. Because of AI, all see today is far different from what it is in the past. And that transformation has been age-old. It has been going on for ages. I was, by a strange coincidence, I spent last weekend in IIT ISM Dhanbad. I went for an event. They're celebrating their 100 years. And if you look at their traditional 100-year-old building, what came to my mind is, I don't know how many of you know about this role called Panka Puller. Some people know about this, right? Courts used to be there. Any officer in the British Raj, even post-British Raj. In my childhood days, I saw even doctors having Panka pillars outside their house. Basically, it was a replacement for fans. Something used to go on. So how do you do that? You still use mechanical pulleys, and then there's a thread, there's a rope that goes around it, and this guy used to go to sleep, it goes in one direction, wakes up, it goes in the second direction. What happened to him? The fans have come. So work will change, work will continuously change, whether it's a panka puller or a buggy driver, or the horse-drawn carriages. We've seen all those transformations that have happened for sure. The second one is, you should also be extremely careful and conscious of one thing. The worker is changing. The worker today is absolutely socially conscious. How many of you had 10 friends? I don't have, in your school days, 10 friends. 20 friends, you might still be up. 30 friends, somebody might put up their hand. If I say you have 1,000 friends, 10,000 followers, million followers, you don't. But when you have millions of followers, which means you're interacting with them, right? He is reading your material, not 100% of them, some percentage of it. So therefore, the worker at this point of time is a very socially connected worker. And he is also a socially very distracted worker. Constantly, look at me. I looked at my cell phone twice. Are there messages for me right now? I'm distracted. And so is the worker. It's very natural. Maybe there's something urgent, therefore I'm looking at whether that message has come in or not. So the worker is going to be different from what it was in the past. And the third one, it's the workplace that's going to be different. Even if you look at a factory, you don't require your workforce to be sitting in the factory. You have enough of your sensors which are placed, and you're sitting in a control tower which shows you how the performance is. Or if there's a small little leak of steam in one corner, sensor detects it. It also tells you which is the machine, which is the spare parts required, which is the crew that's required, and when can I schedule the crew to go and fix that particular leak. All that is being done by AI. So therefore, the workplace has also changed. Workplace for me too has also become extremely hybridized. People work from home. They're working from remote corners of the world. So the result is the challenges for leadership are going to be far, far different from what it was in the past. The leadership role is going to be different. So let's look at what Rajesh talked about, the harder aspects of it and the softer aspects of it. If you look at the harder aspects of it, as leaders, what do? We take decisions, right? Can the computers take decisions? They can help you take decisions. And they can make you take the decisions faster because they are in a position to actually access data, assimilate data, comprehend it, and present it to you. Present it to you in a format that it is absolutely understandable by you much faster. So therefore, the role of a leader is going to be different. And you will see a number of jobs that are there with you as a leader are automated. I have this very classic example of my speech making sessions. What was I doing? I used to call my EA, a young lady called Bhanu, and we used to have a session with her saying that, look, I got this request. I'm going to go for this event at HMA, Inspire, Impact, and I need to get the third word. Innovate, yeah. Innovate, Inspire, and Impact. So, we'll brainstorm for a little while before we came out saying that, there are 5 topics that you can talk about. Or this is the fireside chat, all right, but in the normal course.
Right.
And then what would you do? You say, I'm getting down to one of them. And then I would have a conversation with her. This is the contours of my speech. 5 bullet points, 8 bullet points, or whatever it is. She would disappear for the next 2 days, saying that I'm writing the speech for Mr. Reddy. So she comes back with the speech 2 days later. And by which time I changed my mind too. I was also thinking I'm not dumb, I'm just not, idling myself. So I'd say, add this stuff to it. So the end result is, again, another 1 day of disappearance. And now, the same thing, sit in front of ChatGPT. Do the same process. Trust me, I can do it in just half an hour. And I don't need Bhanu Rekha. So the point is, Bhanu Rekha is still efficient. She's doing much better jobs at this point of time in her life. So the second one is automation will do a lot of difference. And the third one is the requirement from you, not only that is you need to be agile, you need to be fast. Those are the harder aspects of it. The softer aspects of it, which cannot be replaced by the computers for sure, is your ability to have empathy towards others, your ability to become creative, your ability to take a decision which is based on multi-dimensional. You can't feed all those multi-dimensional systems into the computer. So the sum total of the story that I have is that the role of leader will be redefined, is not replaced.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing such insights, especially the way you've triangulated the worker, the workplace, and the work is very, very insightful. In a similar conversation when I was having with the younger people, especially from some of the brighter management institutes, they posed a question to me, which I will repost to you.
Sure.
They said, sir, generally in the class we have a very good debate about this topic, whether leaders are made or leaders are born. Taking a cue from it, I would like to ask you, will the leader make the AI or AI will make the leader?
Good question, Rajesh, but I think the answer is fairly simple. AI will not make leaders. Leaders make the AI, and leaders will redefine the AI.
Okay.
That's what will happen. So we are going to use AI in terms of redefining the role of a leadership, but not AI can become the leader for us. And we've seen areas where AI cannot replace a leader. For instance, you take a call on judgment.
Right.
We still are not in a position to get AI algorithms taking the cue to take judgment into it.
Right.
And they're not they can't take into account the emotions, the
Correct.
empathy.
Correct.
These are some of the traits which are very unique with human beings. We don't know. Futurologists are telling us that it can happen in years to come. Certainly, I don't think it's in my generation, possibly your generation, Rajesh. But I think one thing I know for sure, Rajesh, tomorrow is going to be different from today.
Absolutely.
Okay? How different it is, I'm not a person, I can't tell you how different it is. So only what will make a difference to us is our ability to adapt ourselves. We know that world is uncertain. It will
Correct.
change tomorrow. That take it for granted. In the changed environment, if you have to be successful, the only way out is you need to become adaptable. That will be the key to do it. So therefore, leadership will not be overtaken by the AI, but AI will redefine leadership.
That's a wonderful way of putting it, and it also gives a lot of hope to all the management people sitting in the audience that their jobs and their relevance is not going to be disrupted. And when you spoke about the capability to judge and the presence of mind, I was reading an article in the paper about 2 weeks ago. 4 youngsters, they did not know how to get back from UP to Hyderabad, so they put the Google map, and Google map took them on a half-constructed bridge. The car fell down and all the 4 people lost their lives. So that could be, it was playing in my mind in terms of what disastrous consequences this technology can lead to if you don't have the judgment capability and the presence of mind. You spoke about the wonderful incident of using Banu for your speech writing. I think it's also going to trigger one more area. All of us know the power of 360-degree survey, right? And if you want to get back to someone, 360 was a good way to getting back to someone in the organizational context. I think going forward, AI is going to take over that, and you may not need the 360-degree survey, and the leadership style can be practiced with the help of AI in addition to practicing the speech. Now, sir, switching the gears, we spoke about individual effectiveness, we spoke about the impact of AI. Leadership is not only at the individual level, it is also at the national level. So in terms of, if we look at we as a nation, what should we be doing to sustain that particular leadership? And I say this in the context of few accomplishments of the country. My intent is not to undermine anything. We have done excellent in terms of space exploration, landing rover on the south pole of the moon. Nobody has done that. Now, if you juxtapose that with some of the things like, do we have a supercomputer? Is the supercomputer in the top 500 in the world? The answer is no. Do we have access to the quantum computer? The access is no. Do we have access to the foundational model? The access is no. So there are a lot of opportunities for improvement at the sovereign level. So what is your take? We should be doing as Indians and collectively as a nation to advance our competitive advantage in the AI world?
Good question, Rajesh, and I think you had many answers in the question itself. Thank you very much for that. I think one thing this nation has to do, and you complimented the nation, I'm completely aligned with you that there are several initiatives which are extremely turning out to be very positive too, fully aligned with you. But here is the challenge we have. Many nations around the world today have a roadmap for AI. It's become so critical for the mankind, for the societies, that nations are saying we need to focus on. Not that I'm a great admirer of the current president of the United States, and I think we heard Professor Madan talking about issues of diversity and inclusion, but he did one thing right. The day he was sworn in as president, he said between SoftBank and Sam Altman, they'll put up $500 billion for research. You know, therefore, the importance is there. The point I like to make is we need to have a national policy for AI. And here is what bothers me a little further, is that I'm sure you know how tiny that country is called UAE.
Yeah.
Right? In terms of whether it's physical geography or in terms of population. But you wouldn't believe me, but I'll tell you, they have a minister for AI. And they have a minister for AI not from yesterday, not from day before yesterday, from 2016. And they have a very clearly laid out game plan.
Correct.
That is what I anticipate we should do. What's the game plan that we need to have? The first one is that the bottommost tier, where I think the emphasis has to become a lot more intense, if you truly want to become an AI nation, is the 4 building blocks I personally see is first is that you need to have competent, knowledgeable workforce. People.
Right.
So where does it start? It starts from the schools at this point of time.
Absolutely.
To teach them what AI is. So in our ability to get skilled workforce is the first and the foremost one. Not necessarily in the, I'll tell you all the 4 blocks. The second block, which is equally important, is we need to have great amount of R&D to happen. R&D will come only when you start challenging the status quo, when you start critically thinking about how things are done, how things can be done, better done. That's when you see innovation coming out. R&D will lead to innovation, innovation will lead to newer ways of doing things. So the second thing that the second building block is our emphasis on R&D has to go up. Okay?
Right.
The third one is, I talked about a little while earlier, is that we need to, for AI, the fuel is data. An enormous amount of data is required.
Absolutely.
I don't think we are making enough attempt to collect the data. Or even if we collect the data, we're not collecting, for instance, we had a debate day before yesterday on EMR, electronic medical records. With all due respect for many hospitals around here, there are very few which have good EMR systems. And somebody called out one of the hospitals. But the fact is that, you know, if we in a nation like India, we have to collect the data. And please do not mistake, oh no, AI is working in the United States. Will it not work in India? No, our demographics are different. If you look at healthcare, we keep saying the urban data may not be useful for rural India. The rural India data is different from.
Absolutely.
So this is all based on the data
Absolutely.
that you have. So data will also lead us into interchangeability. But the fourth building block, which is equally important, is the privacy part of it. That is going to be a disastrous consequences it will have. We today are throwing away the data as you like. There's nothing called privacy. I get amazed as to how my number is available to a number of people whom I don't like them to ever think about knowing me.
Correct.
Right? So therefore, and then I get calls. We now have a security protocol and so on and so forth that stops it. So therefore, I think the first 4 building blocks, I believe, for a nation to become AI nation, what we should do is skills, R&D, data, and privacy. The next building block we have also seen happening around the world is that we need to get use cases first. And here the example is that the use cases won't happen in private sector. It won't happen in corporate. They were hesitant and reluctant. The people have the vision, who have the money, is the government. Government has to deploy AI extensively.
Absolutely.
And those use cases are the ones which will make a lot of difference in terms of rest of the people joining the bandwagon. So there are several more building blocks that are there, but I think at least there's 5 of them if we do, I think we'll start gaining momentum.
Absolutely. And to your point on privacy, I'm reminded whenever I return back from foreign travel, when I switch on the phone, when the aircraft has landed, the first call is not from the family, but from the spammer.
Correct.
The spammer knows that I have landed
You're right.
much better than the family. And in terms of while you were explaining, I was correlating to some of the initiatives that the Honorable Finance Minister has announced in the recent budget. From that, it looks like we have taken good steps, but from your explanation and your thought sharing, it appears that we have taken only the baby steps. You did mention about $500 billion vis-a-vis 500 crores for AI in budget. It's a very good beginning, no doubt, but there's a lot more to do. That's why I think we are seeing DeepSeek coming from China and not from India. So to continue on that train of thought, what else we should do so that the world doesn't see only DeepSeek, but the world sees Deep Create and Deep Compete from India?
No, I think continuing on what we just now talked about, the building blocks, one of them that was important, I missed out, is also creating an infrastructure.
Absolutely.
That is extremely important. People do not realize when you're using, say, ChatGPT at this point of time, you pose a question, it goes into that circular ... stuff, and then it makes about 10 seconds or 15 seconds when it comes back with an answer. But what you don't realize is the amount of computing power it is using at that point of time, amount of bandwidth that it is using at that point of time. All that today is available because I think still users are low. But I think there's a good news. Actually, I have to share with this audience today. I saw a chart in the recent past on use of ChatGPT by various stakeholders in various states of this country. And Telangana gets 100 out of 100. Extensive use, which is very good. It is even ahead of states like Karnataka, Maharashtra, which are at about 80, 83, somewhere around that. So our usage is very high. So therefore, what we need to do if we really want to create the new DeepSeek, which could be new Deep Create, is infrastructure becomes extremely important. The second one is our innovation has to happen. We cannot follow somebody. We have to be a leader.
Absolutely.
Look at what happened with even DeepSeek. It certainly broke the rules of the game as far as the ChatGPT is concerned.
Right.
They said there was no need for large language models.
Correct.
So it may be time for us to think about other ways in which we can do it cheaper. We can make it more accessible to the data that we have. The good news is, I think the other day, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister for Railways, was having a press conference. He said there are 8 of those very deep technology-centric AI, generative AI startups that he sees in the horizon. And they probably will take somewhere between 6 months to 7 months before the first product gets released.
Correct.
I think initiatives are happening of that nature, Rajesh.
Yeah.
And I think I'd like to congratulate HMA and you too, getting the best out of me, all right, but HMA for having this particular meeting to create the level of awareness. I'm sure I'm not here to scare you off. I'm here to tell you the truth. This is a pragmatic situation that's on the ground at this point of time. And if the levels of awareness will grow in this country, I think we will definitely be there. And I was mentioning about another event I was there day before yesterday, AI in healthcare. I was extremely delighted. It was very gratifying to see medical doctors talking about how AI can be used in this country.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely, sir. I think you also bring out a clarion point from a ecosystem perspective. When DeMon happened, our Honorable Prime Minister said, each one teach one from a financial literacy perspective. Maybe there is a need for each one teach one from an AI perspective also.
Yes.
And to your point.
Good point.
Yeah, absolutely. And to your point on the data availability in my previous company, when we attempted Project Indus, as a response to Sam Altman's challenge, when he said that nobody else other than ChatGPT or OpenAI can develop this. And when we wanted to build this foundational model, which is called as Project Indus. At that point of time for Hindi, all that data was there was not even 100 GB of the data which was available in the public domain. And we had to get onto an initiative which is called as Bhasha Dan. So we told people saying that, take your phone and start speaking about it, at least contribute that particular data. I'm talking about Hindi, and if you want to build the regional leadership, then think about languages like Dakni.
The data would be
very limited. Then I had to call up my good friend Amir Ali Khan, who is also the MLC of the state and is a good friend of mine. He's from the family of the Siyasat Daily. Then Amir had to step in, and then he had contributed to a lot of data. So a lot of interventions that are required. So now is the time for you guys to get your moment to ask a question. We will open the floor for questions. So when you are asking a question, please refrain from making statements. Please ask a question, direct question, and sir will be happy to answer those. Over to you. Anyone? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It will come on the screen, is it? A good demo of the technology.
Just session 1 QR code, and you can type your name and type the question, so that comes to the speaker over there in the screen.
So since it's a fireside chat, while you're getting your questions out, since it's a fireside chat, there cannot be a session without rapid fire, right? So now is the time to increase the fire quantity and keep it to the rapid fire. I did take his permission to have these questions, but he did not have access to those questions. So we'll start the rapid fire, BVR Garu. What is your choice, human ingenuity or AI intelligence?
AI is just a tool, Rajesh. So ingenuity has to come from the human beings.
Right.
And it is the human being who makes the tool. It's the human being who knows purpose of life.
Exactly.
AI does not understand what the purpose of life is. So therefore, it's the human ingenuity which is above all.
Wonderful.
As far as life is concerned.
Wonderful. From this answer, I can say that AI will not overtake me in my generation. It will not overtake people in the next 3 or 4 generations. Something which is common in the mind of the people or mind of students or the job seekers. What will AI lead to? Job losses or reskilling?
So we have seen this happening all around. Whenever technology came in, there were job losses did happen.
Right.
But the job losses did not mean that, they were gone forever. These people, what would they do? Reskill themselves.
Yeah, the Panka Puller that you told.
The Panka Puller is one aspect of it.
Right.
The other very famous story of mine is that I have a picture, I'm sure you can Google around, it's there on the internet too, 1905 on New York 5th Avenue.
Right.
You take a picture from a vantage point.
Correct.
And you find the whole of the street is full of horse-drawn buggies.
Right.
With just about 2 cars. About 10 or 12 years later, so on the same vantage point, people take a picture. The street is full of cars, except for a few horse-drawn buggies. So it doesn't mean that, we killed all the horses or the horsemen starved to death. Horsemen got reskilling done. So therefore, the answer is reskilling.
Reskilling is important. Moving on in terms of whether it is smart use of AI or making AI, which is more important?
I think, making AI is not a difficult thing at all.
Not a difficult thing at all.
They'll write more applications, more and more applications will come by. But I think making use of it.
Making use of it.
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. When will India attain AI hardware dominance? I'm of the opinion that we had software boom, but hardware doom. And so when will AI attain hardware dominance? 2030, 2040?
Very optimistically, the number is 2040.
2040.
So 2030 is definitely not in my horizon.
So don't put your money on the hardware stocks at this point.
Right now, but then, semiconductor will do well. We'll start moving in that direction. But I think we need to put a lot of effort on the hardware front to be where we are.
Yeah.
And that also makes me a little nervous at this point of time because our very friendly President of the United States now seem to be thinking about rationing GPUs to different countries. He has talked about it too at length.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
when you have a GPU scarcity and countries do not produce GPUs, it will be a major challenge. So I think it's very important for this nation to build the hardware capabilities
Absolutely.
as soon as possible. Nothing happens overnight, and especially looking at this leading edge technologies.
Right.
Possibly it will be
Takes
2040.
time. Takes time. The final one, what will AI lead to, innovation or resilience?
No, it certainly will lead to more amount of innovation.
Innovation.
Certainly what we are seeing is that the trends that are there shows us that there will be enormous amount of innovation that will happen.
Right.
And therefore, the innovation has to start not necessarily from the college students or from the workplaces.
Right.
We are saying start them from the school, catch the child young, and start allowing them to think
Absolutely.
about the status quo, challenge the status quo, take risks in life, be persistent. That's when innovation will come out.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you very much. And we can go on and on. I don't see any audience looking at their phones, and they are keenly listening to you, intently listening to you. I know I have the question, so I just wanted, because he did tell me that he has to get to a wedding, so I want to check with you in terms of how much more liberty we have to encroach into your time so that I can take as many questions as possible.
5 more minutes?
5 more minutes. Okay, so fastest finger first, going by what Amitabh Bachchan taught us. So I'll take the first one. What leadership principles have guided your journey as an entrepreneur?
Walk the talk. As simple as that. I walk whatever I said in my life, and I will do that forever.
Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. What are the challenges to be faced by leaders in AI? How it influences to the students?
Well,
I think you covered some of it.
Yeah, we can skip that.
We can skip that. AI is expected to destroy humans if used beyond a certain limit. So what is the solution?
No, I'm not too sure. So long as we do have ethical AI, unethically people are going to do some things.
Right.
It might, cybersecurity, they can destroy your financial accounts and so on and so forth. There are concerns, no denying it all. Especially we're very concerned about the new quantum computing that will come by. If the quantum computing goes into the wrong hands, we have a fairly major concern saying that, they can destroy certain things.
Right.
But otherwise, in general, no, you don't need to worry about it at all.
You've been a doyen in this field, mechanical engineering, production design area. So there's a question, how AI changes mechanical engineering and production and design area?
Enormous amount of change that technology is bringing us at this point of time. I don't know how many of you are mechanical engineers or civil engineers, or how many of you have used T-square and set squares in engineering? Put your hands up. Yes. You know what is T-squares and set squares. Yes. Next question, what is French curve?
There's one hand which is gone.
Tell me what's French curve?
The lady over there, somebody raised the hand and now they raised the hand down.
Please yell out from there. What's French curve? No? So if you look at the set squares, in that there are holes, and those holes are actually got nice curves on them. Those curves are called French curves. There's a name for it. And why are those curves that are there? Is for you to, there also are, like, set square or T-square is an aid for you to do the drawing. The French curves are also aid for you to put the curvatures. But we never use them. The reason for that is thereafter, if you use the French curves and made products, it is so difficult to manufacture them. The output of the manufacturing process used to be very, very poor. And therefore, but whereas now look at the technology that has come by.
Right.
I can do any French curve using 3D printer and with no cost. At lower cost than what you take material out of a billet, that becomes a product for you, right? A component for you.
Correct.
Whereas now what am I doing? I'm taking sintered pod or metallurgy and put wherever it is required. I can have intricate holes that are going through. Cooling for aerofins has become easier for us. So there'll be an enormous amount of change in terms of product design.
Wonderful. Somebody from the legal fraternity, they want to understand, can AI be used to deliver speedy justice?
Yes, answer is yes. But will we use it? I don't think so. We want to postpone all our cases, week after week. There are people, I believe, who have been bailed for 14 years now. or a multi-million-dollar scam that goes on. Nowhere else in the world it can happen, but it happened here.
Absolutely. I want speedy consideration from the spouse, but it'll never happen. So what is the percentage of job losses if the government and IT companies do not train the people in our country aggressively?
No, I don't think that's of a major concern at this point of time. The supply-demand situation will take care of it. There's an enormous amount of pressure on people to get reskilled. The good news is they are getting reskilled at this point of time. But what will happen is that for a little while, wherever we have seen these technologies coming in, we talked about automobile at one point of time, or several more technologies, there'll be certain aberration in terms of higher job losses than job creation. What we are seeing for last year and this year too, it will happen is the net new job creation will be zero. There'll be gross jobs at the bottom of the pyramid will add, but there'll be some lateral losses that will also happen. But maybe you give us one more year, 26 will be a difficult year too. 27 onwards, you'll see the AI will catch up and create more amount of jobs. You'll see more amount of startups now scaling. At that point of time, you'll see more job creation.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Note, let's close it. Thank you very much, HMA.
Can we give a standing ovation to sir?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a wonderful question answer session and so enthusiastic participants. Let's have a very big round of applause because we're going to have a tea break after this.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, I would request
Thank you very
Shyam
much.
Mohan
Thank
Garu to
you.
please
You got the best out of
felicitate
it.
our guest.
Thank you.
Sir, just a moment, we would like to felicitate you. Shyam Mohan Garu and Mr. Ramesh Vemuganti Garu to please felicitate Rajesh Dudu and Dr. BVR Mohan Reddy. I request you to please come to the dais. The session was very good, the fireside AI chat, where sir has very nicely told about how the AI can only have the ability to be not to be empathetic to others and ability to be creative.
Thank you.
We are all talking about AI era, but still we are facing lot of challenges in the cyber security also. So that's how the things go. It was very wonderful, sir. Thank you so much.
Ben.
And I thank the audience for posing such wonderful questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There's one more.
Yeah, we are live on YouTube. The link is shared.
Come, Rajesh.
It
Please
is
come
shared
closer.
already.
Look at him. Come closer. Thank you. There's one more for Rajesh, I guess.
Very good highlights that sir has spoken about, like how leaders will define AI,
Careful.
not
Very heavy.
AI will redefine the
Heavy, I said,
leader.
be careful.
He also spoke about how quantum computing has to be handled.
Sorry.
And we also came to
My
know
car is
about
right there. I need to
the
run right
role of a leader is just not very simple. It's going to be more tough in the AI era.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sure. We'll meet sometime. Thank you. Thank you, Rajesh.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Segar.
Thank you very much, sir.
Pleasure seeing you again.
Thank you, sir. We will be having a coffee break now. And I hope that we all will be assembled back again for a very wonderful spiritual session immediately after the coffee break. Because now from now onwards we have to remove that dullness and boredom, and we have to become more active. Because we can't keep sitting just and listening, right? So inspired by the teachings of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda during his school days, Swami Bodhbayananda joined the Ramakrishna order in Bangalore in 1984. He was initiated into monastic vows in 1993. After initial training, he served the mission in Hyderabad, Visakhapatnam and Chennai between 1989 and 2010 and was involved in various youth activities during that period. Swami Bodhbayananda has so far conducted about 1,050 workshops, seminars and training sessions covering about 7 lakh students, teachers, managers and others on human excellence, self-management, leadership skills and Vedanta. In schools, professional colleges and many corporate in almost every state. Many corporate in almost every state in the country since 2 decades. He also interacted with several scientists at Abdul Kalam Research Center and DRDO in Hyderabad, ISRO in Bangalore, advocates of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana High Courts in Hyderabad. And now I request Sir to please address the distinguished gathering and take us into the spiritual world of his words. Please welcome Sir with a very big round of applause. Thank you, Rajshekhar Sir, for escorting. Thank you so much.
Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amrutangamaya Om Shanti 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 Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah Sarve Santu Niramayah Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschid Dukkha Bhag Bhavet Om. Namaskars and greetings to all the members of HMA, to all the known friends and unknown friends, the wonderful gathering of professionals and leaders from various walks of life. And I am the odd man out here. But my strength is I'm not an individual, I come from an organization. So I think I'm not an odd man out from that point of view. And the Ramakrishna Mutt and the Ramakrishna Mission is not yesterday or day before, it is 128 years old organization. Started by a monk without bank balance, with only pride in his heart and service to the nation, suffering humanity. His experience of the West at that time, pre-independence days, 1890s, when America was just 400-year-old kid, it had the audacity and the confidence to invite the whole world to see its growth and pride and power. They had already put the stamp that we are the greatest and the most powerful in the world, 1890s, when Columbus discovered America by mistake. It was an accident. Columbus wanted to discover India. But some people, ignorant people, they said, this is India. Indians are here. To his shock, they found only red Indians were there. And he lost the focus, lost the track, and wasted all his expenditure there. That's why they say Columbus discovered America by accident. But Vivekananda went by incident and discovered the soul of America and gave them back their lost identity. A nation just 400-year-old inviting the whole world for a world science exposition in Chicago. And in one of that units of activities was the World Parliament of Religions. And that was the time Ferris wheel was introduced in America as a demo. Then the gramophone was introduced in America by Edison. But this unknown monk, without credentials, from a slave country, shatters the very ego of the West. Without war, without arguments, without anything, by just his spiritual power. The fragrance and the power that he generated. People talk only about that famous lecture in Chicago, September 11th, 1893, which started with Sisters and Brothers of America. That was enough to show what spirituality can do to the world. It was not just metaphors, it was not just English words. People don't understand the background behind it. It's not a platform lecture. It was a deep-rooted growth from childhood till the age of 30 when he launched his work in America. For the benefit of all of you, because we are Bharatiyas, we have a tradition, we have a samskar, we have our grandmothers, we have our grandfathers, we have our pujas, we have our meditations, the yogas. So it's easy for you to understand. You are grown-up people, parents, responsible, personal, social, national, contributing to the economy of the country. Just those 5 words, 7,000 people, the best of the West, listening to him. They were not just picked up from somewhere and like a political party to cheer for any statement that a leader makes. No. And Vivekananda could not enter into the parliament because he did not have a letter of introduction or an ID card or today's biodatas and things. He didn't know. And at the same time, so costly at the time, Chicago. And these people from Madras, today Chennai, overconfidence, over-enthusiasm, highly inspired by Swamiji, just packed him up with $170 and 4 dresses to America. And he had to travel 2 months by ship. But then, Swargadwaram apavrutam, when you have a higher destiny, higher purpose, higher goals, heavens will look small. That is what happened in the ship. Some of you who have read Vivekananda's life will understand the turning point in Indian Institute of Science was launched in that ship from Bombay to Chicago. There, this young monk of just 30 years meets Jamshedji Nasaronji Tata, who is going for business to Canada, who is going for technology to produce some steel in India. These 2 brilliant minds, young man, a monk, and the businessman, they meet together, the best of the East and the West. Jamshedji Nasaronji Tata, the founder of the Tatas, found in Vivekananda's body language, his eyes, his outlook, his smartness, his grace, something very special. Not an ordinary monk eating a banana or wearing a namam. Something is there. And that's how they become friends. And Vivekananda is carrying the heavy burden of his master of the Indians. You read a beautiful paragraph of what this young man is carrying to the West. He's carrying the whole traditions, thousands of years of spirituality. He's carrying music of India. He's carrying the architecture of India. He's carrying his training under his master. But incidentally and accidentally, he finds the Chicago conference postponed to September. And he's there in June end. Shock. A cup of coffee is costing him $5. No clothes, no warmth, no friends, slave country. And he's a brown man, practically. Racism. No friends, no Indian embassy, no NRIs. And somebody in the railway station said, better go to Boston to survive. Where is September? Where is June? You will die here, oh young man, of starvation. Swamiji travels to Boston. And there another Swargadwarava Pavartam, Harvard University professor, realizes this brilliant monk. And he says, you should represent your country in the Parliament of Religions. But they are asking me credentials. I don't have any. I don't have any friends here. What? Asking you credentials? I will give you one, my dear friend. Within 30 minutes, he understood the mind of Swami Vivekananda. And the first time, apart from his guru, Sri Ramakrishna, who put him as one of the world's greatest teachers, the guru proclaiming, he will teach the world. Naren will teach the world. He will go from house to house and blow the conch to awaken the divinity within. Next in the world was Professor John Henry Wright, a professor of philosophy of the Harvard University in Boston, said, and writes in his letter pad, writing to the chairman of the Parliament of Religions, you are asking Vivekananda his credentials? It is like asking the sun its right to shine. Within 30 minutes, an unknown Western person is recognizing the power of Swami Vivekananda. That means they are recognizing the spirituality of Vivekananda, of India. Then he says, second paragraph, Vivekananda's learning, knowledge is more equivalent than all the professors of America put together. He is the right man to represent his country. Accept him. Signed to Gibbon, the chairman, Cardinal Gibbon. Then Swamiji was accepted. But here I would like to bring this point. Without money, without friends, people do not know the background. There's a beautiful book called Heroic Struggles of Vivekananda. A small book. Please get a copy of it for yourself. Swamiji comes to Chicago from Boston, only to lose the address where he will be accommodated. Again problem? Again challenging circumstances? Like the Indian fashion, he goes to a house for food, begs in the Indian style. What does he get? Insult. Dogs are put behind him. He had to escape. Goes to the second house. They don't know his language. It was a German-occupied colony in Chicago. Servants pushed him out. Second insult. Third house he goes. They don't understand his language. They slam the doors on his face. Third insult. Where does he go? No hotels, no money. He goes back to the railway station in Chicago. Where does he sleep that night? Cold winter Chicago. He sleeps with grass on his body, the hay, grass on the goods carriage, which was lying away from the platform. What will happen 11 September? Nobody knows. Neither he nor even destiny doesn't know. On 9 September, this is the condition. Sleeping in the railway, in the goods carriage. Uncared for, without bath, without coffee, without food, unshaven, tired, exhausted, insulted. He sleeps comfortably, no doubt. Morning, what does he get? Fourth insult. The coolies, the porters come and kick him out, push him out. We'll hand you over to the police. Oh, Negro. He's not a Negro, but he swallowed the poison for our sake. He's representing Mother India, representing you, representing me, representing our generations. He said, I cannot talk. I can't go back now. I have to swallow the poison. He rushes out of the railway station, Michigan Lake. He washes his face, drinks little water. That is his food for after 3 days. And what does he have? Where does he go? We are speaking in the comfortable AC rooms of AC halls of Marigold or Taj or here or there. But look at what happened. Whom we adore today. His birthday is National Youth Day. People quote him left, right, center. Images everywhere. But on the streets of Chicago. Can you sit one day in the street of Chicago? Donald Trump is ready. September, he is sitting on the streets of Chicago, Michigan Avenue. Again, higher purpose, higher faith, total surrender. He doesn't have any bank balance, no communication, nothing, but he has 3 powers, which all the elders, which all business leaders should think. Apart from your graduation, apart from your knowledge, apart from the training that you got, that you give, Swami Vivekananda, the unknown monk, had 3 powers which could shake the world on 11 September. One was his tremendous Desha Bhakti. Not 1 ounce of minimum negativity about our country. Tremendous Desha Bhakti. My India, my India, my India was his meditation at Kanyakumari before going to America. He had become condensed India. Second, what he had, tremendous Guru Bhakti, faith in his master Sri Ramakrishna, whom he says, just by a glance, my master could produce 1,000 Vivekanandas. And he says, I can forget what all I studied in Calcutta University and sit at the feet of the man who did not cross 2nd standard or 3rd standard. He's a spiritual university. Guru Bhakti and Desha Bhakti. What else was Vivekananda there? Shastra Bhakti. In the scriptures of India. In the philosophy of India. In the sages of India. And these 3, like a triangle, was circled by faith in himself. Atma Vishwas, Atma Shraddha. With that, he is sitting on the streets gazing the sky. Then, as I said, gates of heaven will open for anybody with a higher push, higher punch. There's a lady opening her windows opposite the street for the warmth sun to enter her room, natural air. She sees him through the window. And this man is as if looking at her house, at her bungalow. Anybody watching your house from other side of the road for half an hour, what will you think? Idedo plan chestunnadu. Natural. Because he's staring at you. He's staring at your home. Naturally, human mind will get a doubt. Either tell your watchman, tell somebody to go and find out who he is, why is he staring at my house. Ani. But as I said, the aura was different. When she sees the man, a 30-year-old young man sitting there, she just boldly crosses across the road by herself. Some magnetic power. You ask another person, what's your name? Why are you sitting here? Etc., etc. No. Sheer magic, you call it. Boldly, lovingly, fearlessly, Mrs. George W. Hale crosses the street, sitting Vivekananda talking to them. Sir, are you a delegate to the Parliament of Religions? No name. Why is he sitting there? Nothing. Are you a delegate to the Parliament of Religions? Vivekananda, it seemed, jumped like a child because somebody is talking to him like a human being. Yes, mother, I am. Mark the words. Yes, mother, I am. And why are you here, gentlemen? Why not in the Parliament building? Then he expresses his difficulty. I lost the address and nobody is able to help me. Come with me. The rest is history. A stranger of strangers, an Indian, a monk, he simply calls him inside. He finishes his bath and has a cup of coffee and toast, and she herself takes him in her horse carriage 3 roads away to the Parliament of Religions, the Art Institute of Chicago, which is made into a small matchbox today. There he signs the papers, a letter given by Professor Wright as his credentials, and Vivekananda is accepted. A pass is given, a greeting card is given. He signed there, and that is available in the Google net. That night, 10 September, he is sleeping like a child, as if he is sleeping in the lap of his mother. All problems solved. He is getting food, he is getting dress, he is getting hospitality, love and affection. 11 September, the rest is history. All sorts of things people quote. I have to laugh at them, that's all. He spoke for this time, that time, and all that Google guru which teaches you wrong things. Swamiji just spoke for 3.5 minutes. Only 180 seconds plus. That was the last at 3:30 in the evening. 2 minutes exhausted in Sisters and Brothers of America. They clapped and clapped and clapped, knowing not what struck the core of their heart, their spirit inside. My brother, my sister. Then when the news spread all over the world, thanks to British media, somebody asked him, a telegram was sent by his brother monks. What magic you did there, oh brother? That 5 words, we find 7,000 people applauding you, clapping you, cheering on you, and they rush towards you to what? To just touch your garment? To touch your hand? To give a shake hand? When we were young, we met a very old doctor who came from Boston. And doctor was a homeopathy doctor at that time. He had become 90 plus. He wanted to see India. And when we all assembled in the Ramakrishna Math in Bangalore at that time, he had a gloves on his hand. The right hand was gloved. He waved this and said, do you know what is this? He said, that's your right hand, sir. What am I wearing? A gloves. Protecting yourself from pollution, infection? No. He said, this is not just a hand, a physical hand, a fleshy hand. This is the hand which shook Swami Vivekananda's hand. That was Dr. Brown's remark. It thrills me even now after 45 years. And Dr. Brown said, it is humorous of words, but the fact of the matter is, he said, I did not wash my hand for 7 days because the hand touched God. That was Swamiji. He shook the whole world with his spiritual personality. And cutting the story short, I go back to my opening remarks of an organization where we come from, we represent come. Swamiji found the secret of American success is in Sangha. Collaboration, cooperation, Sangachadvam, Samvadadvam, Samvo, Manamsi Janatam. The Rigveda says, but we became divided. The wrong understanding of Sangha. But Swamiji said they are implementing, they are practicing, they have become one. The United States. And this message of Sangha, of organization, I am taking to India. Humorously told, one old lady, 70-year-old mother-like figure by name Mrs. Bull, Ole Bull, her husband was a violinist in America. Swamiji used to call her Dhira Mata, the heroic mother. He one day came humorously, with enthusiasm, came to home back after lecture in Detroit and said, Mother, That mother was excited. What is my son doing at 32 years? What does he want? Today I fell in love. Vivekananda expressed, I fell in love, mother. Typical American lady that she was. Who is the fortunate girl? Swami? Swamiji laughed loudly and said, it is not a person, it is not a female, it is your power of organization I fell in love with. India needs it more than America. I am going to do that. That is where he formed the idea of the Ramakrishna organization in America itself. And started writing letters from America to his brother monks. That's how the work started. Work started of rebuilding the nation. Work started of reviving the spirit of India. How the secular work can become spiritual. Whether it's the hospital work, whether it's management work, whether it's college work, whether it is teaching work, anything that you are associated with. Whether it's the IT industry, whether it's the healthcare industry, pharmaceutical industry, that work has to become spiritual. And it was. Somewhere down the line, secularism came and bid goodbye to spirituality. We are again coming back to yoga, coming back to Vedanta after getting beatings from nature. Better late than never. And Swamiji comes back, and this period from 6th of February to 15th of September, February is the turning point in India's freedom movement. I request all of you to go back to the history of Vivekananda and history of India also. Go back to your textbooks. Suppressed and oppressed and beaten and tortured were our grandfathers and the grandmothers. When I was coming back from Calcutta by air, by Indigo, a couple of years back, it was, I think, 75th year of independence, there was the announcement by the captain. Today is one of the freedom fighters' martyrs' day. I was curious to know who that name, some names we know, Khudiram and all that martyrs who gave their blood at the age of 16, 17, 18. And the captain announced, today is the revolutionary day of a young girl of 12 years in a school in Medinipur. My ears opened. What is that story? For one full day, she saved her mother, her village from police atrocities and rape and assault. This young girl of 12 years. Evening sunset time, she took 50 bullets on her body and died. She protected that village because there was no men in that village. And the mother was exposed to all these police personnel. Anything could have happened. And that day was her martyr day. Who knows about her? Who thinks about her? That was the turning point. 6th February, Swamiji came back to Madras, 1897. Up to 15th February, 9 full day celebration is going on in Vivekananda House, where he stayed for 9 days on the Marina Beach. And today, when we are thinking of the Republic Days and the Independence Days, Mera Bharat Mahan, Make in India and Startup Indias and all that, Swamiji had predicted it 131 years ago. And he already had predicted, Mother India shall be free in the next 50 years. I am seeing, I am not just saying. Duradrishti, Durdarshan, farsight and foresight of the Mahatmas. It was not just, again, English metaphors, not just inspiration. And he marked the words, the next 50 years Mother India shall be free, but that freedom shall come under some unforeseen circumstances. We have to pay heavy price for it. We don't have leaders. Kaha hai Manush, he asked. I can give you freedom tomorrow. Where are men to preserve that freedom? Kaha hai Manush, dikhawa humko kal de denge. The young boys of Madras University bent their heads in shyness, in hesitation. Swamiji was annoyed. I'm asking you, where are men? You cannot pat your chest and back and say, here we are to sacrifice our life for the nation. You are bending your head in complacency, no faith in yourself, no love of your motherland. That is why one lady sitting in Buckinghamshire Palace in London is holding 300 million people by their tuft. What have you made of yourself? Where is the Atma Shraddha? I for myself and let the nation take care of itself? हिंदी में बोलेगा जो मन में खुश है वही मानुष है, नहीं तो ज़ोंबी है. A dead body walking. When I ask people, how are you? Somehow going on, Swamiji. What is this somehow going on? Where is the spirit in you? Only you have become obese. Fattening yourself, no spirit inside. Dhik kshatriya balam brahma tejo balam balam. Ramayana teaches us. The kshatriya bala is only for a temporary period. Kaushika, the great king, the powerful king, the egoistic king, fighting against Vasishtha to take Nandini back to his kingdom, the milch cow. But Nandini cannot go. This is not for commercial purpose. It's only for yagnas and yagas. Kaushika says, I will take it. I am the king. The pride, the ego. Vasishtha says, try. Nothing happened. One step the cow did not move. He attacked Vasishtha, and all the missiles were sucked by the yoga danda of Vasishtha, and Kaushika was defeated without cross-firing. There he realized his mistake. His Bahubalam has no use before the Atma Balam. He renounces then and there, gives all his missiles, everything to his soldiers, walks into the forest, and what we get today as Maharishi Vishwamitra. Total transformation. The Swamiji predicted this. Heavy price we have to pay. 1897, 1947. Of course, Telangana came 1 year later, thanks to that great Nawab, Nizam. Patel had to use danda. But that unforeseen circumstances to lack of leadership. And British played football with us, divide and rule policy, which we try to again put fire into it. Again going back to that days. 1905, Bengal partition, suffering even now, new problems. All the resources, all the energy and all the funds are going only to the military to protect the Malda border. Sitting in Hyderabad, you will not know what is happening in Meghalaya today, what is happening in Arunachal Pradesh today, in the China borders today. I am telling with authenticity and audacity because I have gone there. We have centers of the Ramakrishna Mission since the last 100 years. In Meghalaya, we have 58 schools. Started in 1924, each school 30 kilometers distance. And 40 feet down you have to go to meet the principal or the school children. Hilly terrains. For 200 children we have a school. And one school touching Bangladesh border, from the hillock, you have to climb only 7,000 steps down. Try. Where is the road? People carry one cement bag for reconstruction of the school. 4 Swamis are living there. They are the soldiers of Vivekananda. Go to Arunachal Pradesh. Recently we opened a school in Lamdang. Just check Lamdang, Ramakrishna Mission School, 300 students, residential school. Central government requested us. And when there was a dialogue, why are you starting a school at 10 kilometers from China border? Then the chief minister requested us and said, if these 300 are not taken care, they will cross over to China. They're ready to take away our children and give missiles to them, and they will come and kill your mother and father. They become anti-nationals. They're getting something there. So the 4 Swamis are staying in 0-degree temperature, serving there. Why? This is where spirituality in industry, spirituality in schools, education comes in. So when you see that farsight and foresight of leadership, 1897 Vivekananda roared in Chennai. I request all of you to have a session on that 29 lectures which Vivekananda gave in India for 3 months, Colombo to Almora, non-stop. like a tsunami, like a firebrand event up to the Almora, awakening the whole nation to freedom. Every freedom fighter, including Mahatma Gandhi, including the till latest leaders, they had this book in their hand when they were hung in the jails in Alipur. That gave them strength, that gave them faith, that gave them patriotism, that gave them that bull power to face the lathis of the British. How many of you know the suffering of that people during that time? Say your great-grandfather, who was a freedom fighter somewhere in the villages of India. Some of our senior monks who were freedom fighters who had taken beatings. They used to tell us when we were young, in the Eden Gardens Road, which is like a highway, going up to Fort William, nearly 14 kilometers, via Victoria Memorial in Kolkata, that highway, a big hoarding put there to insult the Indian brothers and sisters. In this road, the dogs and Indians are prohibited. What a sad story. They are masters. They can treat you as dogs. Dogs and Indians prohibited. This was the heavy price we had to pay. And what was the punishment? By mistake, if an elderly lady or an old lady or a young man or a old man crosses that Lakshman Rekha, they won't shoot you, they won't beat you, they won't take you to jail, they will not take you to jail. There's a whack on your back with a lathi by the police constable. So severe that our people fell down. And then another constable comes, puts a leather belt around the neck. Hey, Indian kutta, walk. And this man cannot stand up because he's beaten constantly. He's walked like a dog for nearly 5 kilometers. Only to lick the shoe of the superintendent of police near Victoria Hall. Indian dogs punished. That's why they say the fate of Bengal was sealed in the Buckinghamshire Palace washroom by Lord Curzon. And even after 77 years of independence, we have not learned this lesson. Anybody and everybody talking about our country and talking about our culture, talking about this and dividing and rule, confusing the people. The youngsters are confused today. The political leader says something, mothers say something, your management association says something, their textbook says something. Where will they go? To mental hospital? To drugs? To confusion? Please think about it. Your mothers, your fathers, your citizens, more than a businessman. There's a big chaos in the country. On the one hand, we are sending the Chandrayans and the Mangalayans and the Gaganyans. And ISRO new chairman says, Pradhan Mantri has told them in 2025, 25 satellites have to be launched. Earlier, 3 years, one itself was a glory. Today, 25 satellites have to be launched. Amount of work that is going on. But then the confusion. Leadership is failing us. True leadership. The pure leadership. Not just by a suit or a coat or a boot or your status in the industry. That is where we have to study Vivekananda thoroughly again. And some of you may be aware, 2018, Pradhan Mantri launched a very massive training program for the bureaucrats, for the central government sector. He called it Capacity Building Commission, CBC. And in that, one of the training is Mission Karma Yogi for BSNL, for Air India, for Postal Department, SBIs, Reserve Banks, Mission Karma Yogi. In one of the meetings, top meetings, Pradhan Mantri told the team of 8 core people, we don't want karmacharis in India, we want karma yogis in India. A karma yogi gives more than what he gets. He's a contributor. A housewife was a contributor who attained Brahmagnana in the Mahabharata, serving her husband with tremendous love and affection, not just because she is the wife, she considered her husband as a god. We know only of the one Bhagavad Gita between Krishna and Arjuna. There is another Bhagavad Gita called Vyadha Gita, a butcher giving the highest philosophy in India. to a yogi who thought he is great. But this butcher was greatest. He was purified butcher. Work was just a byproduct. Not that it is low work or a high work. His attitude towards work changed. That is Karma Yoga. Karma, everybody does. We have prepared a syllabus for all the management schools, and we did an experiment here and there. I invite all of you to participate, or I think Sir also is the Murthy Sir, he participated, called Evolve Through Work. Today it's not just survival of the fittest, you have to evolve, you have to grow inside out through work. Don't run away from work. That's why Vivekananda did not allow the monks and the Swamis of the Ramakrishna order to sit always in meditation and japa dhyana. He said, come and wipe the widow's tears, feed the orphan's mouth, go to the hospitals, go to the villages, then come and meditate. Then your work will become worship. So a couple of just quick points I shall go through. Number one is the idea of personal responsibility. Krishna is telling a mighty Arjuna. What does he say? Uddhared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet. Atmaiva hyatmano bandhu atmaiva ripuratmanaha. O Arjuna, raise yourself by yourself. Personal responsibility. You are your own friend, you are your own enemy. Today, how many enemies we have in the form of paranoia and schizophrenia and suicides? You are enemy of yourself. You are covering the gold with a lot of cow dung and dust. The purity is missing. We don't own the responsibility. We leave it to fate. We leave it to some other thing. Karma, karma. You ask anybody, common man, what is karma? Immediately, na karmandi entered. Sorry. Poor understanding. Kridhatu, to perform, not fate. Perform the action. Somebody is suffering, you say, it is his karma. If it is his karma to suffer, Vivekananda says it is your karma to serve him. Don't leave him aside. Take him to the hospital. Karma means to perform, and that will take you towards your future, happiness or misery. Yoga is not asanas, it's your evolution. It takes you forward. Asanas means you have to be physically fit. 5 minutes you meditate and afterwards everybody is searching for their legs. Swamiji, our leg, your leg is there only. Timir battindi babu. 15 minutes, you play football, you want to rebuild India, you can't take care of your legs. They have not sat on the ground for 4 years. AC rooms, AC buses, AC dining hall, mind DC. Mind is discharged. His whole concentration on the body. What will you think of the Om or the Gayatri mantra or higher revolution? Said all of you should play football. That's why Vivekananda says play football than the Gita. First, muscles of iron, nerves of steel. Nerves of steel. So Karma Yoga teaches you the secret of work. It just removes all that from your mind. The jealousies, the weaknesses, the lust, the greed, I for myself. Let the devil take the hindmost. In leadership, we say there are 4 kinds of people in every society, Africa or Adilabad, Hollywood or Hyderabad. One is the Satpurusha category. Paropakarartham idam shariram, nothing for myself. Nation first. They just give up their life. Satpurushaha pararthakatakaha swarthan parityajyaye. They are like the desert flowers. They give peace, joy, sarve bhavantu sukhina, and just melt away. They don't want their name, fame, nothing. Satpyu, you can calculate, you can count. Second, samanyaha. What is this? Samanyalu. Live and let live. Live and let live. I give something, I expect something. Fine, okay. Third is Manava Rakshasaha. Today we are passing through that stage. Manava Raksha, I for myself, you are also for myself. No. What is yours also is for me. Encroachment. Book kabza. And I tell people whenever I see the Bhu Kabza incidents in Hyderabad and Bangalore and other places, I refer them to the story of Leo Tolstoy. How much land does a man need? End of the day, he says 3 by 6. And he says, whole world is mine. You are a bubble on the waters. How many of us saw bubbles, tiny bubbles? And Manava Rakshasa. Earlier our concept of Rakshasa was NTR movies only. Flying saucers. Then, today, suit, coat and boot. Cut the throat. Corruption. Last, in lack of leadership, is those people who kill themselves but kill others also. The army says, terrorists, suicide bombers. They don't care. 500 people out. Bombay attack out. They don't care. What do you call them? Army has provided the lesson. So our leadership lessons should be, Samanyaha should rise to Satpurushaha. Don't allow them to come down to Manav Rakshasa level. Then that society, that business, that collaboration, that industry will be the highest role models of the world. Thank you very much for the time and for inviting me. Hope I made justice to this and wish you all as great leaders of Mother India. Make our mother smile once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Swamiji. I don't have words to speak after listening to Sir's speech. We just don't want to come out of the spiritual session, but it's always time. We have to follow certain rules. So it's here. The whole hall was like mesmerized. We were all in that spiritual mode. It's not about any religion, it's not about any culture, but it's about Swami Vivekananda, the great person who I admire since my childhood. The values of Swami Vivekananda, he has made us revisit how he has become that great person. It's so, what is history we know, but how his sufferings were, Sir has highlighted very nicely. Thank you so much, Sir. I would request Mr. S. Sivakumar, Sir, Group ITC, Group Head ITC, to please felicitate Swamiji. I request the volunteers to please escort Sir. We had wonderful insights from Swami Vivekananda. The most 3 powers that Sir has told was about the tremendous Desh Bhakti, the Guru Bhakti and the Shastra Bhakti. All the 3 things we have to, I think, once again imbibe in ourselves. Thank you so much, Sir. So moving on to the next session, we already have a speaker over here. We are going to move from the spiritual dimensions of leadership. Now we are going to go and we are going to have an interesting session by Dr. Raj P. Narayanam, Scaling the Business While Maintaining Momentum, Challenges that the Entrepreneurs Face. I would like to invite Sir onto the dais, and there is a very brief and very interesting profile about the Sir which I would like to present before he starts the session. Dr. Raj P. Narayanam, a thinker, a leader, a success story in himself. Raj, as he is popularly known, is a highly successful serial entrepreneur and a mentor to innumerable startup entrepreneurs across the country. Raj has always been an active angel investor, mentor, and a supporter of the Indian support ecosystem. As of date, he has invested nearly 50 companies, either in his personal capacity or through AIF investments, and he continues to identify and support enterprising ideas organizing from various cities and towns of India. His investment themes are industry agnostic. He is constantly on the lookout of passionate entrepreneurs who have an idea that is both innovative and scalable. We are all very pleased to have him with us. So I think I will start with the caption and invite sir to say that, Raj, naam to suna hoga. Sir, please come. As your father, Raj, we would like to have a very good session.
Thank you so much. Today I have a bad throat, so please bear with me. After this beautiful oration by Swamiji, my speech is going to be a little bit boring, so please bear with me and, post that you will have the lunch. So be ready for that. Friends, fellow entrepreneurs, esteemed professionals, today my session is about navigating challenges of scaling, while maintaining momentum. I am going to not narrate out of anything else but my own story, how I started and, how I have scaled the business, while maintaining momentum and, strived very hard. As all of you know, entrepreneurship is hard. Scaling is harder. It requires one to solve a wide range of never-ending problems of different magnitude to provide certainty to your team, investor, and customers. I started Zaggle before that, in 1986. When I was a 15-year-old, my father was Secretary to Government of India, elder brother was member Railway Board. And, the pocket money which I used to get was hardly about 200 rupees those days, and, which was never enough in a city like Delhi. So I wanted to do something, my family always wanted me to study, and that was my 10th class, and I thought that I have to take care of myself. As an entrepreneur, you will always feel the seeds of an entrepreneurship are actually sown much, much before you actually become an entrepreneur. So becoming an entrepreneur by accident is rare, by intent and insight is high. How I looked at 16 years, I said, okay, what is it I can do with absolutely no capital in my hand, and I wanted to make money. If you have no capital and you want to make money, it is so difficult. I had a very, very easy chance. What I did was, created a set of t-shirts, okay, convinced the manufacturer, to give me credit, for 15 days. And, looking at me as a young guy, that time I was very thin. So he believed me that, okay, this guy will come back and pay me. And I used that money to sell those t-shirts, to various my friends, colleagues, others, classmates, etc. Made 3,000 rupees was my net profit. That was like my 15 months of my pocket money. So from there, you imagine that today, when I post that, I think that period ended. My father was not very happy. He wanted me to go ahead, abroad, study like he had done, my sister had done, and my brother had done. But for me, it was very, very important that I focus on entrepreneurship. I was very, very clear in my mind that I will become an entrepreneur right at the age of 15, 16, maybe even a little bit before that. So, how do you manage and navigate challenges while you scale? So I'll give you, cut to, 2012 when I started Zaggle. My first year GTV of Zaggle was 4 crores, okay? This year, I will tip more or less close at around 33 to 36,000 crores, okay? Now, from 4 crores to 33, 36, how multiple is it? Can anybody tell me? How many times, in last 12 years would Zaggle have grown? 9,000 times, right? Imagine 9,000 times in 12 years is what we have grown, and we still believe and we still think that, we are doing injustice to ourselves. If somebody would have told me in 2012 that you will grow 9,000 times, I would have said, okay, take whatever you want. Give me, a little bit of that and I'll go away. That is what I would have ideally done. Because most important, while you scale, you are on a, treadmill, okay? While you are on a treadmill, you are going at a fast pace. It's like you operating on a running heart. How do you maintain? Scaling is very, very hard, and in India, especially given the regulatory regulatory framework, the compliance framework, lot of other governmental interventions, etc. It's very, very difficult to scale. And fintech, and I'm very proud to say a B2B SaaS fintech company, and especially scaling in B2B is even more harder. How do you scale in a B2B environment where you have to go knock doors and actually get business rather than the other way around? Okay, so for us it was definitely a challenge, but what I did and what I believed in, and a lot of you would have heard that mental capacity is more important than financial capacity. In the year 2012, I had invested about 1.6 crores in Zaggle. Okay, that 1.6 crores today, is the company's, I think, market cap is roughly about 6,500-7,000 crores. Now that 1.6 crores, was very, very small amount of money which got finished very, very early. In 2014, 2015, we had absolutely no money in our hand, and how do you pay salaries? How do you pay, your customers? You have to, go talk to your customers. You have to fulfill orders. You have to ensure that you are absolutely able to deliver. Every time you have to deliver. You can't fail even once. If you fail once, you are finished. In B2C, the market is very large. So you can still go ahead and, if one fails, second can come. But B2B is very, very small. So, we used a concept called OPM. Okay. So OPM is, do not mistake it for the drug opium. Okay, OPM is other people's money. Okay, what we did was that we had absolutely no money. What do? Okay, so we used to give credit of 30 days, 45 days to our customers. We said, okay, now let me reverse the entire engine. I had no choice. So to be very honest, it was not something which was by design. It was just out of necessity which came out. We went ahead and told our clients that if you are able to pay us in advance, we'll give you about 2%, 3% discount. Okay, and 2-3% discount was pretty decent discount in those days. On the volume which we were doing. With that, just guess. 2015 is when we started this. Guess by 2017, what would be my bank balance? The money, other people's money lying in my bank. Any guesses? So we had roughly about 798 crores. So, I had all the money, 798 crores in my bank, and absolutely, but it was other people's money, just keep in mind, not my money. And this was something, where people have made advances and, goods and services to be, fulfilled later. So from there, what I realized is that, the human mind has the capacity, to grow at a very rapid pace, be very ingenuine, and, come back, with variety of solutions to be able to solve your problem. Another very important thing I realized is that resilience is more important than speed. Now, a lot of people confuse between speed and scale. Okay? They say if you're scaling, that means you're speeding. No, not necessarily. You can scale at a very beautiful pace, maybe at not 9,000 times, but even at 5,000 times, you're scaling beautifully. So this is what I realized, that while scaling, resilience will turn out to be much more important and speed may not. As Swamiji said, we have to play football. We actually did not play football. Okay, we said no, we will not show speed. We will control our speed and be more resilient in doing what we are doing. Okay, and that was sorry Swamiji, but but one day we will play football for sure. So another very important thing what I realized is that problems amplify, but wings don't. That means you will continuously get problems after problems after problems after problems. But your wings, won't expand at the same pace or speed as you want them to be. How do you manage that? For us, we had this very, very precarious situation, in 2018 and 19. And, that time COVID had not come. 2018-19 was the period. And we said, our card management system, which we were doing, and, the number of prepaid cards we were selling was very, very, at a very, very, good volume we were doing. But, I was thinking that we need to be ahead of time. So how do you think that, you be ahead of time? Because everybody can think of, how you have to be ahead of time. But, very rarely do you find people who succeed in it. Because being ahead of time is just by 30 yards. Not by 300 yards, not by 3 kilometers, and not be behind by, maybe a kilometer. It is the pace at which you scale so that your systems don't break or systems don't become irreparable. You have to be very, very careful at that. And that is one of the things, which we mastered, while building Zaggle. And the mastery was that, okay, we will do bit by bit, inch by inch, we'll grow, but we will every day grow by an inch, okay? That was the whole idea. And we realized that maybe the software, okay, and software is a very important piece of, today's financial ecosystem. And we started building in 2018 and 19. And the moment we did that, that helped us to become a very, very big hook, with the customers, with our corporate, especially all our enterprises. Once you have loaded the software in their systems, it is very difficult. Then that becomes an entry barrier. They will not be able to, remove you that easily. Cards, if they don't buy from me, they will go ahead and buy from banks. But software, they will not be able to do. Okay, and that is what I, really figured out, that this way, if we are able to do it, we'll be very, very good. The other thing which I did, and this was like extremely useful, that we formed, for the first time, we launched a virtual card of a prepaid card. So prepaid card was our main business. Today we are the largest sellers of prepaid cards in India. Our volume of the total volume is about 16.5%. We are by far the largest, in the country. And what we did was that we did virtual card, okay, and we didn't know that COVID is going to come, okay. We had absolutely no idea. March 22, 2020, government announced that all establishments have to stop. There is not going to be more than 5 people. All of you have, seen what happened in COVID. All our enterprises, were absolutely jostling with each other to figure out, how do we solve variety of systems, because everything was touch. And in COVID, if you remember, it was that, through touch, you may contract COVID. Okay, so they said, we have large volumes, we have to make payments. What do you do? So, in one single night, 7.9 million cards in one single night. 7.9 million, which is 79 lakh cards, we replaced physical cards with virtual cards. Because we were just slightly ahead of time. That is like, maybe just about, 30 meters, or maybe 100 meters or 300 meters, we were there. That's why we were able to quickly do it. And the moment we did that, the number of clients wanting to do business with us increased rapidly, means rapidly. We were doing roughly about 100 demos a day. So the whole idea was, in COVID, we grew at a very, very rapid pace. COVID was a blessing in disguise. As I call, the best CTO, anybody can ever hope for was COVID. Okay, there's no better CTO, than COVID, because everybody wanted to digitize, and, we were there, right there, digitizing it. The beautiful thing which I learned was, be comfortable with the uncomfortable. So if you are comfortable with the uncomfortable, you will live your life beautifully. Beautifully means beautifully, without any problem, because what we saw was that in COVID, it taught us the resilience. We understood, what is slowdown called as. Okay, we slowed down so much. If you ask normally, for people to slow down, nobody will ever slow down. Nobody wants to leave the pace. So that's why I say resilience is more important than speed. And why resilience is important is because when you have to slow down, it is resilience which will help you. It is not the speed which will help you. And for us, being comfortable with the uncomfortable helped us a lot. As we grow in 2023, we went out to go ahead and, do an IPO. So ours was our first B2B SaaS fintech IPO, and that was never done before. The only one in the fintech space which was done was of Paytm. and Paytm price from 1900 or 2000 rupees, had come down to about 600 or 800 rupees. People said, at this time, so are you another Paytm? Are you going to be another? So the moment we would enter, we would understand that, okay, this deal is not going to happen because these guys are investors in Paytm and Zomato. And what we realized is that, it was a hard sell for us to convince them a company which was growing at that speed, making so much of profits, doing overall so well, still had, lot of issues, while doing our IPO. But, we went ahead, launched the IPO at 2,000 crores. Today we are at about 7,000 crores market cap, give or take, a couple of 100 crores here or there. And, the growth, and that is like in just last 1 year. But one thing which I also, which is my second last point is, the price of progress is pain. Is pain. Okay, the price of progress is pain. You have to endure a lot of pain if you have to progress. If you do not have the capacity, the mental capacity, if you do not have financial capacity, after some time is useless. It just does not matter that, what kind of financial capacity you have. If you have the mental capacity, the financial capacity will be built. One last thing before I end my session, just want to say, while scaling, please pray to God that luck be on your side. Yeah. So if luck is on your side, the scaling will become more eventful, more beautiful, more fantastic, and the journey would be less painful. Important is the journey, not the destination. And always keep in mind that slow success builds character, fast success builds ego. With that, I would like to thank you for listening to me patiently. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Another very good session we had. I would request B. Ramchandar, sir, to felicitate Dr. Raj P. Narayanam. I request the volunteers to please escort sir to the dais. There's one very important announcement regarding our tummies, which are going to now be very hungry for the lunch. We had a lot of brain food. Now let us have some very good food also. So there's a small announcement that please wear your tags. That's certainly going to be your lunch coupon. The lunch will be arranged in the back side. But before that, we have souvenir release. And we have some questions to Swami Bodhayananda. I request, sir, we have 2 questions from the audience. So we'll be finishing this, and then we all can move out for lunch. So please wear your tags. That is compulsory for you to go for the lunch. Thank you.
Just before going for lunch, in fact, I brought out a souvenir with the best of articles and the advertisements of our sponsors. Would like to read the souvenir now. I request Swamiji, I request Sri Sivakumar Garu, I request Sri Ganesh Natarajan Garu, and I request Narayanam Garu, who just delivered this speech, to come on to the dais, sir. I also request Shyam Mohan Garu to come on to the dais for this occasion. Sharat. I request the souvenir committee to come on to the dais. Souvenir committee, we are really involved and worked very hard for the last 1 month. Yeah, including Vishwa, one of our designers, who has done the best work. Sharat, Redika, Chaudhary Garu, anybody else? Redika sir. Chaudhary Garu, Nana? Okay. Hey, where is Vishwa? Vishwa. Okay. Shaunir.
The entire Savanya team is over here. Savanya is very important because it records all your events, it records everything, and we have very good articles presented in the Savanya, which will be released very soon. But in the meantime, we also have some questions to Swami Budmayananda, which we'll be taking.
If we have time, we'll answer.
Yeah, first we'll answer the questions, sir. The questions are ready. The second session. Yeah. So, very big round of applause for the Savanya. It's here. We'll first have the launch of the Savanya. We have the whole team which has worked truly hard for the Savanya release on time, because you know that the articles, the contributions, and then the editing team and the changes, how much ever we rely in AI, but this is all the original written scripts of great people who have contributed to the Savanya for this Hma Leadership Conclave 2025. I think we can go for a very big round of applause for this, so that it will be a very big encouragement. We have Dr. Renuka, we have Sharat Chandra, we have the President Chandrasekhar, we have the chief guest over here for inauguration.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Now we'll be moving on to the questions that we have. We have the mic, sir. The first question is from the spiritual dimensions of leadership. Name Dr. Rajashekar Reddy. How can India leverage her rich legacy of spirituality and the great civilizational identity to promote peace and development?
It's a very deep question. Just before lunch, I don't want to go to long range, and we have been always spiritual. Idea is your outlook is very, very important. If there is cataract in your eyes, you can't see the same beauty of the gardens. You have to get it treated. So keep your fundamentals of spiritual life very clear. Don't put a wall between the sacred and the secular. The fundamentals, before you go higher up into meditation and other spiritual sadhana, as you called, tapas that Sar was mentioning, the kind of pace, etc., that we have to keep in mind. Please look at the fundamentals carefully. All great leaders in business or in management, in spirituality or in science were fundamentally very strong. Yama Niyamas, as suggested by Patanjali Maharshi. We sometimes make this mistake of overcoming these fundamentals and going higher up. As a result, we fall down with great speed. The speed that you went, the same speed will come down, because there's no foundation. There's no depth. Ahimsa, Satya, Steya, Brahmacharya, Aparigraha. If you don't follow this, how can you meditate? How can you call yourself a spiritual seeker? So that is the difference in our Ramakrishna traditions, which Vivekananda gave. He first made us gentlemen before making a saint. There's a proverb in English: be a gentleman before you become a saint. Don't bypass. Otherwise, you will land into trouble somewhere. Shaucha, Santosha, Swadhyaya, Tapas, Ishwar, Pranidhana. They are not just goody-goody words, but there are powerful tools of change and transformation inside out. Shaucha, from there only Swachh Bharat came. The idea of cleanliness. And we in Mangalore, Ramakrishna Mission in Mangalore, South Canara, took that as a model center for cleaning up the entire Mangalore city with the help of volunteers, keeping that Swachhata in mind. But things became bad again. People's mind was not trained. Only they took the broomstick and took selfies. It was not long lasting. They were painting again, things became bad. Then we devised a new thought, which will help you, which will conclude this point. Swachh man और स्वच्छ सोच से स्वच्छ भारत निर्माण होता है, जादू से नहीं होता है.
Very true, sir.
स्वच्छ मन नहीं है, क्या स्वच्छ भारत है? My mind should tell me why I should spit there, why I should throw the garbage there. My mind should be my lighthouse. That is where your spiritual core of the Atma Bhava will come inside.
Thank you, sir.
Not for photo.
I hope the question is answered. The second question, can we just please move on to the second question? We have.
Continental coffee?
Can we just read out the question, if it is there? Yeah.
Yeah. What are the leadership qualities in the modern
What are the
era?
leadership qualities in this modern era to adapt and a highly motivated person individually as a nation?
Well, it is very clear. 16th chapter of Bhagavad Gita is a ready reckoner for us. It's a dictionary for us. The first 3 shlokas gives you that spiritual qualities. Abhayam, Sattvasam, Shuddhi, Gnana, 24 qualities Krishna mentions. Put it on your Excel sheet. Left side, all the qualities with the original words. Right side, make a self-analysis every day. What I have, what I don't have. Be honest and don't be afraid. If you don't have it, you don't have it, but tomorrow I will work on it. So gradually move towards the higher evolution. Beautifully said as Rajanarayanji, Shanai Shanai Ruparamed Buddhya Dhritigrahitaya. Slowly, slowly catch the monkey. And this mind is a great monkey. It plays mischief with you. You can't just headlong go and try to control the mind or try to meditate. Gradually you have to go, and that 24 qualities will create tremendous change, personal life. Then in work life, just have that yoga bhav. 2 things can, in modern era it comes. Yoga, when you do it with the selflessness aspect, it becomes personal development, inner growth. But when the same thing goes to the villages and goes to the hospitals, goes to the industry, goes to other places of work, it becomes yagna, a great sacrifice, a cosmic sacrifice. Yoga inside, yagna outside. This is the modern concept of evolution, both personal and national. That will take you towards high level of excellence. All our grandfathers, grandmothers used to do that. Yoga in the house, yagna in the villages. That is how India grew up. And now Vivekananda came in the modern times and said, everybody cannot go for yagna in the temples and pujas, rituals always. Their hospital becomes a place of yagna. Their industry becomes a place of yagna. Their business entrepreneurship becomes a place of yagna when it reaches Bahujana Hitaya, Bahujana Sukhaya. Happiness of the many, welfare of the many, that will become the ideal state of Karma Yoga mixed with Bhakti Yoga, Gnana Yoga and Dhyana Yoga. These 4 in 1 can make our life realize the highest excellence before we get a ticket from this life. So make a 4 yoga concept in your business, in your life. That is what we do every day in Ramakrishna Math, in Ramakrishna Mission, wherever you go. Karma Yoga, work. Bhakti Yoga, we have our own personal pujas, rituals. Meditation, according to the Yoga Vedanta tradition. Then philosophy. Everything is mixed up in 24 hours. At the end of the day, how many people have made happy? How much of happiness I have? How much of inner growth I have cultivated? So that idealism and pragmatism is very much important for our youngsters and for those who are already in the field of life. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I hope the questions are answered. Thank you very much for giving your valuable time, sir. So I think we all can disperse and move for the lunch, and we'll be again assembling back in the hall at 2 p.m. sharp for a wonderful panel discussion on innovative strategies to drive transformational growth by S. Shivakumar, Group Head IT and Agribusiness, Ms. Manisha Sabu, Head Infosys Foundation, Prem Kumar Vishlant, Founder and CEO of Maruti Drones.
After we'll have a panel of speakers, I request to reserve the front row exclusively for speakers and past presidents, please. Please oblige.
mode and the relaxed tone. Let us all be with the same energy because we have very eminent speakers amongst us. I would love to invite them to the dais. But before that, once again an announcement. Somebody's phone we have found over here. Yes, sir. So now we have Mr. Shivakumar, the Group Head of Agri and IT Business at ITC Limited, a prominent Indian conglomerate with interests spanning consumer goods, hotels, agribusiness. He is a distinguished alumnus of the Institute of Rural Management, Anand. He is graduated at the top of his class in 1983. Prior to joining ITC in 1989, he dedicated 6 years to working with a farmers cooperative, gaining valuable experience in rural development and agribusiness. Mr. Shivakumar is widely recognized as the architect of ITC's e-Chaupal initiative, a pioneering effort that empowers over 4 million small farmers by providing customized agricultural extension services and market linkages. He is the advisory council to the Ministry of Rural Development on the National Rural Livelihoods Mission, Commodity Derivatives, Advisory Committee of the Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, and a committee of the National Agricultural Higher Education. I request Mr. Shivakumar sir to please occupy the dais for the panel discussion. Please welcome with a big applaud. This shows that we are all still awake after a very sumptuous lunch. We also have amongst us Manisha Sabu, Vice President at Infosys, where she serves as the head of the Infosys campus in Pocharam, Hyderabad, one of the world's largest IT campuses, spanning 450 acres and accommodating approximately 35,000 associates. Beyond her responsibilities at Infosys, she holds the position of President at the Hyderabad Software Enterprise Association, contributing to the growth and development of the IT industry. Throughout her career, she has been committed to mentoring and supporting women in technology sector, inspiring the young girls' careers in STEM, assisting women returning to the workforce, and guiding middle-level women managers to achieve their career aspirations. Thank you, ma'am. We welcome you for this panel discussion. So I hope we'll be starting the panel discussion with 2 of our speakers. One more speaker he's on the way, because as we all know how is Hyderabad traffic, and the traffic on the Banjara Hills, Panjagutta and Begumpet Road is always too high, and that too being a Saturday weekend. So we can expect him anytime. In the meanwhile, I request that we'll start the panel discussion, sir.
Thank you.
The dais is all yours.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back after the lunch. Until 1/3 of our panel joins us, we can use a few lighter moments, and if it still delays, then we'll get started. Since Chandrasekhar just said a couple of minutes, I think we can do that. Chandrasekhar, you know as the president of HMA, was my colleague at ITC, and I thought he was and only after he told me that, okay, your session is going to be at 2 o'clock, then I realized that during his time at ITC, I must have given some tough assignment that has put me on to a tough assignment, which is, okay, Prem is also here. Yes, great. I have. The reason I say that is that it is supposed to be the third toughest task in one scale. The toughest, in fact, I don't know which order they are, but in a comparable kind of a scale, the toughest task is supposed to be trying to climb a wall which is leaning towards you. Just visualize a wall which is leaning towards you and you are climbing it. And it's a tough one, as you can realize. And an equally, if not tougher task is trying to kiss a partner who is leaning away from you. Now, instead of just a passive wall, you have an active partner who is leaning away and therefore you have opposing force. Now, why this gets also classified in something similar is that in a post-lunch session, obviously, I can still see very awake faces, but quite often, what I notice is half asleep or almost ready to go to sleep. And therefore, trying and keeping the level of interest alive is a tougher task. And therefore, I said, once he told me that it's a 2 o'clock session, I said, oh my God, why is the reason you put me there? And subsequently, when he told me it's a panel, I said, yeah, that's great. You know, in the morning when we started the session, when the Dean of ISB spoke about a few things, the very first thing he talked about was diversity, the importance of diversity in innovation. And small as our panel may look, this is as eclectic as possible with the diversity that hopefully we bring to the session. And so that the first tick, so to say, from what you heard in the morning, how is getting implemented in this session. As we moved on in the sessions, we saw how innovations are occurring in the AI field. And we also heard about inspiration in the subsequent sessions, 2 sessions for that matter. Both Swamiji's session as well as Raj's session, the inspiration that can really permeate in the room. And hopefully by working on both of them in terms of how do we inspire as well as innovate, but potentially also looking at impact that we can also bring as the third dimension that you have in the theme for this event into our session just now. You know, when we talk about inspiration as well as potentially impact, and we also heard from Swamiji about the imperatives the nation had faced at one point of time and what are those imperatives today. And that inspiration and the imperative that we have today will probably guide what is the nature of impact that we need to. You know, for an inspiration, when we say we want to be a Viksit Bharat by the time we get to 100 years after our independence, we heard quite a bit about the pre-independence era in the morning. So if you now look at the next few years and say that, now how do you want to get to that Viksit Bharat? That's an area of impact that one must be able to make. And when it comes to the other impact is also on the imperatives. One of the big imperatives, this is again something that we heard in the Dean session this morning, is about inclusion. And in this context, inclusion is somewhat different. The whole inequality in the country is a big challenge. Viksit Bharat, we may get a per capita GDP or a total GDP at a certain level, but if it is not reasonably well distributed or fairly distributed, it's still a big challenge. We can't still call ourselves Viksit. And therefore, that's an area that we need to bother about. And the other big challenge is really, again, something that was spoken in the morning about. That's a big imperative too, in terms of how we are consuming our natural resources, how the climate change is impacting everything that we do, and therefore how do we tackle that? So there are some of the broader areas in which one could look at impact. So with that larger HMA theme of inspire, innovate and impact, we jump into the session when we draw upon my fellow panelists to provide their wisdom, is the innovative strategies to drive transformational growth. Now, what is transformational growth that is different from growth in general? One of the things we also heard this morning in the immediate preceding session from Raj was the mathematical dimension of growth. Someone calculated very quickly and said that in 12 years, Zaggle grew 9,000 times. That's a exponential growth that one could see. So that's the mathematical dimension, and from 20%, 50%, 100% kind of growth annually, you can see in terms of what's the level of growth. That's one kind of a transformational growth. But if you go back to biology, which also we heard this morning, is transformation potentially of a different kind. Is a plant becoming a tree is one kind of a growth. Or a caterpillar becoming a butterfly is a different kind of a growth. That's a transformational growth. Now, how do we bring it to a professional, business, other kind of organizational context, national context, is a question that I would like to ask my panelists as the first trigger. So, Manisha, what does transformational growth mean for you, and how is it different from any other growth?
So when I was told that I'm supposed to talk on this topic, the first image which came to my mind about transformational growth is caterpillar becoming butterfly, exactly as you said. So caterpillar becoming butterfly, I think, is the best analogy for transformational growth, which that's the easiest way I can explain it.
So how do we apply it to the business context is my...
Okay, how do you apply it to the business context? Now the thing is, one part is we know that this is the business I am in. Say for example, say Bajaj Auto says that I am in the scooters business. That is how they see it. It's the scooters. And then one fine day or one innovation strategy kind of workshop, they decide, instead of looking at ourselves as a scooter business, we want to look at ourselves as a complete landscape of automobiles. And then they change the way they do, and at certain point they even let go of the scooters itself, and they say, okay, let's go only into motorcycles. And actually they disrupt their scooters business, they stop it and they move forward. That I call is a transformation, and very bold transformation, where you let go of the identity which in some sense you're born with, you let go of that. That is a caterpillar, and becoming a butterfly in a totally different scale and different way of working.
Yeah, so wonderful. So it's from a product-centric thought to a consumer need-centric is one trigger that we are seeing the transformation definition from Manisha as. Prem, what do you think is for your definition of transformational growth?
Is voice audible? Yes. So the space where we are working also, what we are seeing is till now the employment is cities. But the next, what we are looking at, the transformation, what is going to happen is creating the more employment at rural areas. It can be, tier 2, tier 3 kind of a cities. And the space where we are operating is agri space, where we saw everybody are dependent on the food, what we eat every day, the lunch, what you had, vegetables, food and everything. And the end farmer is also using traditional methods like 50 years old, 60 years old. And that actually technology adoption has not started, the digital transformation has not started in agri space, which is starting now and from now. So what we see is all the people who have moved out from agri space, 20 to 40 years age group, are coming back to agriculture and helping the existing farmers and creating better food, less pesticide food, or retaining that the India as agricultural dependent country kind of a stuff. So what we see is drones for this, I feel, is the one of the start point where the adoption is happening at a rural area, where this 20 to 40 age group, it can be your polytechnic, ITI, agri-graduates who are in rural areas are getting adopted, and they seeing the actual, what we see IT employee in Hyderabad is getting 80,000, 50,000 a salary, right? Similar kind of like they could able to earn, and transformation in them, and also helping the farmer and making him to do the farming is what we the change what we are seeing and what we're going to see in more often. So that's where we see, like you have green revolution, rural revolution, we see that the technological adoption and the revolution in agriculture space, it just started. That's where we feel one of the critical where India, how we had different kind of the transformations have gone, that one of the next 5-10 years, that transformation of autonomous, transformation of adoption of a technology, and like we will be in someday after 5 years or something, before eating, we want to check where it has been grown. Is it optimal? Because like still, I see people of high-tech city, Gachibowli, if someone is eating leafy vegetables, where does it grow? It's grown on the banks of Musi towards your Bodupal, Upper. Once you go and see there, I don't think you'll never eat that leafy vegetable. So that's why I'm saying, like, people will become more conscious, more want to eat better, healthy kind of thing. And in the end, the value chain, everybody is going through that. They have to go through the transformation. There is no other option. Thank you.
So the other dimension of transformation we just then therefore heard is in terms of now looking at a macro need for the country, in terms of jobs are raising incomes of those people who are not earning enough, which goes back to the inequality point that I was talking about. Leveraging technology as a tool. So there is the reverse flow of youth that Prem talked about is a significant transformation. Until some years ago, it was children of farmers not wanting to do agriculture anymore and moving out looking for jobs elsewhere because it was not remunerative, nor was there a dignity of labor, and it was a drudgery. Now you have a reverse flow where urban youth succeed in very different sets of fields, are people looking for those kind of roles which are aided by technology going back into agriculture, but in turn creating a multiplier impact in terms of how the incomes of the farmers can be raised. So I think that's another dimension of transformation that we heard. So I think we have a very interesting mix in terms of consumer-centric innovation to broaden business scope as one dimension that can deliver transformational growth, a very different kind of business today than what it was earlier, and a macro need which also leads to different kind of flow and a multiplier impact is another interesting way also to look at the transformational growth, and both have their own impact in their own ways. Now let's switch from this definition to looking at a few examples in terms of what are those impressive examples, either from your own work experience or from anything else that really impressed you, Manisha, and talk about a couple of examples where you say that, no, this kind of innovation really led to transformational growth, and there's something that we can take something away for all of us.
So typically in corporates, it is more of we go to the drawing board every year and we say, okay, this is what we should be doing. We look at our data, we look at competitor data, we look at all the macroeconomics data that we get. Okay, this is what we will deliver. And because we also have to commit to the external stakeholders, we're very careful about what we are announcing. However, once I was supposed to attend one of the strategy meets and I missed my flight. I feel extremely stupid about it because you're not supposed to miss it. Also, not just about numbers and this thing, it is also about meeting people and lots of good conversation happen. And I was feeling very, 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 very sad about it. And I decided that, okay, I'm not going for the strategy meet. So it gives me 2-3 days of thinking and doing something which is really something that I won't usually do, because we typically are in that running from day to day, quarter to quarter, always having the calendar is always double booked, kind of. So we always have this excuse which we give to ourselves and everybody that I don't have time. And we're just running after something that we decided or somebody has told us to do. So but now this was my time to work for myself, whatever I wanted to do, and I wanted to be extraordinary in that, because it was also self-motivation and some guilt, all factors added to it. That is the year when we decided that we should take up something, at least for my unit, we said that we will not go by the standard growth that we decided, we will take 4x of that. And then the team, my next in line who were not going for the strategy meet, we all came together and decided on, okay, so complete supply chain. Supply chain is, we are not ITC that we deliver something, but we have our own supply chain in the sense, okay, people we hire, the people we train, the business we get, and the kind of timeline that we have. So in that, considering, so it was a kind of a reverse this thing, that we decided that we want to 4x the typical growth that we have in this year. In this year, we should do 4x of what we did last year. And for that, we analyzed where are the inefficiencies, or what do we have to do to achieve that kind of extraordinary growth. So it was right from what kind of people we want to hire, and what kind of trainings will be needed for them, how do we get more clients, where will these clients come from, because we know our client acquisition cycle. So our repeat clients, the repeat business, how will we increase that, which are the pockets in it. So complete strategy was rebuilt, including disruption at some level, where we said that we will not be, how do we acquire more customers? So for that we said, okay, we will not write test cases for every, we create a repository and we'll reuse, which is not a great idea if we want to earn from writing something, right? We are reusing. But then that was our strategy for acquiring customers. So lots of such things were done, and we did phenomenal work that year. I felt that is something which whenever I look back, I feel that is a very transformative thing we did, because somewhere we did disruption, we did 4x growth. And if we would have gone with the flow, or we would have said that, okay, we are too busy to do any right brain thinking, it really wouldn't happen. So after that, when I was discussing at the end of the year, I was talking to my manager and told him, remember I missed the strategy meet, and that's where this landed. So he said, may you miss more flights. So basically the thing is, may we not get involved in the routine and find time for ourselves and thinking little different. So the transformation. That's one experience that I had.
Yeah, so it's wonderful in terms of how that's been utilized. On the same analogy now, let's ask Prem, since he missed the first couple of minutes, what is in store for us in terms of his innovative strategy?
Like everyone, I did my bachelor's. Then, everybody thinks that you'll get into a job and one fine day you'll do something. So being engineer, suddenly we started a film production house. So then the whole Marut came. We never thought we'll build a company, we'll make some technology. So it was a personal problem where I was complaining. I stay this side of high-tech city, another side of 40-50 kilometers parents stay. 2012 to 2015, I've been complaining next to my parents' house, there is a lake. And almost for 5 years, they piled up 12, 13 letters and brought it to GHMC Commission saying, "Are you are educated guy? And why are you complaining? Better you move your parents to the place where you stay, where you feel safer." Then I saw what people do. They get into the lake till the neck level. They clear all the extraction. It can be a chicken extraction. It can be whatever the wet, dry waste, whatever you dump in the lakes there. And they keep oily kind of a layer. And by then, I have run a bootstrap 10 years startup by then. Then I thought, okay, what they were doing, they were applying some oily kind of a liquid so that the larvae doesn't grow and it can control the mosquito. So from a problem solving that as a use case, by then I was trying to go to all different lakes and everything and went back to the municipality and said, we have built some technology. You don't need to let anyone. Because by then, what we got is a lot of people who work there, they go through a lot of contagious diseases, which cannot be cured by any of their RUKSRs or any of the hospitals. And people die and snake bites and a lot of stuff happens. So from 2017 to 2019, we did not register a company. We started using this technology. Then they've tried because a lot of people complain from high-tech city, Sherlingampalli, they do Twitter, right? So they said, okay, you have built something now, we want to use it. So when we use these drones in lakes, eradicating the water hyacinth or mosquito menace and everything, suddenly the entomology guy says, sir, 70% reduced. I said, I did not do anything. I'm using the same chemical what you were using it. Just that you were covering 1/3, I'm covering the entire lake in one go. Then we understood is none of the ground team wants to report anything alarming to any of the senior people. Then we said, okay, let us try in different places and don't pay us anything. We just wanted to see whether it is useful or not. By then, a lot of people started writing letter from Khairtabad or from Lingapalli or someone saying, what you have used in Miapur, my cousin said, this mosquito is reduced, why can't you use in our way? Then it has spread, so it has become such a push. The GHMC is getting hundreds of letters. One day, Commissioner comes and asks me, saying, why are you allowing people to write letters to me? I said, sir, I don't have that much of network where from Lingampalli to LB Nagar, someone writes a letter saying that you want, and it has accumulated some 1,500 letters. That led them to adopt this technology. So then one fine day they say, there are 3,000 workers who are working for this. Already they have very bad name saying that you're removing people. And you're bringing some drone kind of a machine and you want to let them remove it. They said, as a government, we want to adopt it, but you have to convince these workers, if they don't have a problem, we don't have any problem to use it. The 3,000 workers, by then 7-8 months, we have built a rapport. We were have the tea, gudka, whatever, and we were learning problems and everything. So we gave on white paper saying we never tell you to replace and everything. From 2018 to today, we brought 20,000 dengue cases to less than 1,000, 18,000 malaria cases to less than 700, 800, all these 180, 120 lakes and everything. But 2019, we have registered a company because they were constantly saying, you've been doing work, stuff and everything. You don't get a pay. You can get a good technology, you can impact. Then we understood we're good at product. We are not good at taking out money from the government people and everything. And we were looking for alternative. That's where we got triggered with 2 problem statements. Because there's a train every day, if you search in Google, it's a cancer train. A train every day goes from Punjab to Rajasthan for treatment of cancer patient. 90% are farmers who are prone to this cancer. Then same year, we were seeing, there's a place called Yavatmal. People were doing some spraying activity and everything, wind blown, like 7-8 villages, it got impacted, a lot of spray rates happened. Then we said, in the same time, we were looking for alternative to stop this. Because what we realized is, none of the government administrative municipalities want problem to be solved. They want more problem to happen is because they can make money. Because 1,000 crore of a budget is reduced to 150, 200 crores with lot of pilferages, stuff and everything. So we wanted to see more of a use case where we want to solve a problem. That's where we get into agri. When we got into agri, first we solved the problem of spray. Then we understood is I can't be everywhere, right? Like how tractors have come in India. There's some person who's selling in rural area, someone is using for end person, It can be rental, it can be the use and everything. That's why we started building this entrepreneur model at a village level. That took us 5 years to establish that use case. Today, what we see is earlier the person who used to earn 10,000, 15,000 is earning 60 to 70,000 after all the expenditures. Then we have seen women who was earning 5,000 to 6,000 rupees per month. Now is started earning more than 50, 60,000 rupees. So that's where we pivoted. Solving a problem with the technology has not paid us in the first use case. Then we took the pivot and to agri space. That has now, we are able to, we have around 600 such entrepreneurs who are earning. It can be a car driver, it can be an auto driver. A lot of people who was dropping to our employees, the auto driver went back and started earning 40, 50,000 now. So they see that kind of a transformation of people. They don't need to come to cities now. They're saying that we're happy in the village. We are earning more than what we were earning in cities. And the satisfaction they have is the expenditure is like 50% of what they were their expenditure in the city. So that's took us, okay, we should work in the rural areas, not in the cities. When we are working in cities, people are not ready to pay or not ready to appreciate the technology or the effort what you're doing it. That took us, so a small company like us, we could able to do. And we see you're going to listen more such stories. And like this, a lot of people have started. So that's where we see is the technology can solve a problem. We have seen internet. Like this, we're seeing drones now solving the problem. And also helpful for the end user or people who are adopting. That's the transformation in different stages what we have seen.
That reminds me of otherwise a very negative take on startup mindset to a positive spin. One of the negative takes that you typically hear is that if you got a hammer in your hand, everything looks like a nail. But Prem has demonstrated that a positive spin of that to say that, okay, I have this drone technology by pivoting to appropriate use cases, by again going back to the consumer centricity that Manisha talked about and using that technology. How do I solve different problems so long as I'm able to frame it right and then deploy it? The other interesting point he talked about in the earlier water case is the need to work on a larger ecosystem. One is you may have a product innovation, but unless you engage, especially if it's a fundamental innovation that is transformational, there's a need to work on the larger ecosystem also in terms of how do you align all the stakeholders to be able to translate something into action. So that's a very important point. But out of the innovation that we heard, if I have to ask both of you again to say that, is there a formula for innovation? Do you think that not all of us can innovate? And are those who are not innovating, how do we really inspire them to innovate? And the easy thing is to say that, is there a formula that or a method that you think this is what leads to innovation? Whether you're looking at new use cases quickly, or whether it is in technology or a product innovation or a process innovation that Manisha talked about in terms of how do you really re-engineer the whole approach of how do you scale. What could be that formula that all of us can walk away with today that we can be more innovative from tomorrow?
I can. So all the technologies what we built is an input what we get from the people, right? So the first use case what we were saying is the common sense. I'm saying like, I'm waiting for someone to solve, and that wait took us 70 years. There's someone who is yet to come to solve this problem, what you and me have created, not keeping the surroundings clean or stuff and everything stuff. There we took a hat of saying that, let me come forward and let me solve. Then it had a lot of challenges, what you said. Then when we came into agri space, first we solved a problem of the automation of the farmer, what he's looking at. Then a couple of farmers came and said, sir, bring your drone. I'll tell you, I need you to do something. We avoided for 2 months, 3 months. Then he was pestering, then we went, we took. Then he said, sir, can you fly your drone little lower? That took us a new use case called pollination. Then a couple of people started seeing and saying that, like, sir, we are having this problem. All these problem statements came from the people who saw from outside, came and educated us, saying that, sir, you just do, like, we do wet direct seeding. Like earlier, to do transplantation, you need 10 to 15 women working for a whole day to do transplanting. And thanks to cosmetics, I don't think nobody today will get into that field and do that transplanting manual. And also you don't have luxury of time, like, because of weather changes and everything. So in the course, what we saw was the innovation, it might not come from our teams. It might not come from us. It is people around us who are gonna leave us an idea and ask us to keep an effort towards it. And after that, it's us who we pursue, show the perseverance to solve. We might not solve also. But the effort towards is what is important, what I have seen in my last 6-7 years. Whether it will work, might not work. Because we have did a use case called delivery drone of medicines and vaccines in 2022 for 40-50 kilometers. It has not worked till today also. Nobody has paid us, but we did not stop it. We did a use case which a drone is going for an unknown place, doing something and coming back. So the smallest step is working towards it, rather depending something I have, or something I want to replicate, or something I already have, can I do same thing? Is only the step will make a lot of changes. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Manisha, your take.
First of all, I beg to differ with your one statement where you said not everybody can innovate. So I strongly object to that statement. I think everybody can innovate. The type of innovation, the quantum of innovation can differ, but everybody is gifted by God to think differently and think. It's not a centralized brain God has created like central data storage. So we all are given brain by God and we all can think and innovate. Now the important thing is how do we know what we can innovate? So for that, one important aspect is being connected with the customer, the end user. Not intermediate, not the distributor, not the dealer, but actually standing on the road and seeing how people are using the product. That will tell us how we can make it easy in some sense, or also know the customer behavior. That helps on a large scale. The second part which I think helps is also reading and meeting, like this fraternity of all businessmen. We come here, we interact, we understand what are the other people doing. That tells us what are the different things that whole world is doing instead of staying in our own factory, own office, own cocoon, where we feel I'm doing the best. So, taking out time, even for the thinking time, for example, going, meeting people, reading about the latest research, so that we can do cross-pollination, we can learn from others, we can quickly see how others are doing something and adopt it, but adopt it at scale or adopt it with a difference. And that can lead to major disruption or the transformation or innovation, the second part. Third part is be ready to fail. Failure is success in progress, but we typically don't want to say that I failed or I tried this and it didn't work. But fail fast. Fail, but fail fast. And accept that it's okay to fail. Because that is one thing which really is a big deterrent for any kind of innovation. Because innovation inherently means that we are experimenting, we are trying something new. And if we're trying something new, it may or may not work. So many of you have your own businesses. So even in your business, are you creating that culture where failing is fine? Because that is what will decide whether your employees or your partners are innovating or telling you that this can be done differently like this. and it will be appreciated. So very simple 3 things.
Yeah. So great. So we reinforce the consumer insighting and being there, observing and understanding the consumer usage context is one way that you look at it, quite clearly reinforced from both the examples. And we also saw, and Manisha explaining how the cross-fertilization or lateral inciting, cross-pollination, to really say that, okay, what worked somewhere, is there a way that can be transplanted and then see how do you adapt it and transplant is another route that is there. But the way you will move forward is only when you attempt it, do it, learn from it, and then move on, the fail fast act. So let me lead to one last question. I think we are running out of time. So we'll now explore. So we saw that the need for impact. We saw how, what transformation means. We looked at how examples of innovation and then what triggers innovation and what inspires innovation. But in order to get the impact, one challenge always is that we don't aspire big enough. Is there a barrier to aspire big? Or even where we aspire big, is there a barrier to innovate and execute innovation? So now let's look at the flip side or the barrier side of it and try and see what may be the barriers and then see as to how do we really deal with it once we understand the barriers, be it in terms of aspiration or in terms of innovation. Manisha, with you, what do you think are the potential barriers?
I think the barrier is, it's very easy to live in the comfort zone. And we all should ask ourselves that if we're living in comfort zone, everything is perfect. If we're not failed or we're not tried, attempted anything new, in that case, are we really successful or we think that we are successful? And another thing is we are talking about transformative growth. I feel in today's world where the technology is becoming primary and the geographies, sometimes the market geographies are getting blurred. It's not necessary that you have to operate in particular geography only. In such scenario, its transformation is not necessary only for growth. Transformation is necessary for survival. And so it requires even more deep thinking that are we really? And there are so many inspiring examples around us. Right from one fine morning, I saw on TV that Manyavar was saying that they will deliver ethnic wear in 10 minutes. I thought that was phenomenal transformation. I don't know how many they're selling, but really, it doesn't matter. But even the thought that, okay, somebody thought it's possible that they can do it. There are so many good examples which are very inspiring and we can learn from them. And ultimately, I truly believe that transformation, we can't afford to keep it in the back burner. We can't afford to say, I don't have time, because it's for survival.
So first, the barriers is, so when something you're doing new, there 99.9% people are saying it won't work. And you won't visualize. Because if someone has visualized, it doesn't mean that everyone will visualize the same. So we have seen from day one when we said we'll do something, the regulation was not right. And the example I know in 2017 when I'm carrying a drone of our own from Gachibowli to Hyderabad itself, the 4 times police people stopped and took me to the police station saying that this is unauthorized equipment, you can't allow it. And when I'm coming to exhibition of one of the HISA event itself in High-Tech City Hotel, security guard doesn't allow. He says keeps it this side, so this is not allowed inside, and keeps it with him for whole day. So there is I'm saying like it's, when we do something, we expect the environment or people or everything to respond positive, I think that expectation we should come out first, is what we have seen with things. Second is, when we have solved one, we thought it will go leaps and bounds. I'm saying, like, when Gates Foundation itself could not solve the problem of dengue malaria from last 30, 40 years, we thought something we have solved and we will be replicating it to every part of the country, and not happen. The other problem in the adoption, what we have seen. So there's a technology, but still the challenge where you, when you take it to the market, the adoption or response back, you're fighting with a system which is so powerful where it doesn't allow you to get through. So that's second what we've seen. Third we have seen is on the more of a, you have something, a technology, but there has a lot of dependencies of external. Example, when I'm doing something with a drone in agri, chemical has to be certified, chemical has to be impactful, it has to effectively work, and then something, if anything impact happens, flora, fauna, biodiversity, land, water, there's a lot of kind of a replication where with one, the effort what you're trying to do, you're trying to see one to solve, but if something goes wrong, there are a lot of other things will get into the challenge. So these are kind of things which we are constantly seeing, those kind of barriers. But what we saw was, let us work for one such barrier and work towards, and we thought in few hours and days we'll solve, but it took us years to solve one problem and to come out of it. But if you see, in last 7 years, hundreds of people have helped. What we understood is, when you go and ask someone, we should be so shameless and be very quantifiable, very measurable kind of a ask. People are ready to help, is what we have seen. Because first, when I went to, we have Ajit Ratnekar, rich DG, right? So when we first wanted to solve this problem and everything, he said, go to IICT. Dr. Chandrasekhar is there. There are a lot of scientists. The first R&D lab in the country is IICT. So when we went, we started doing these demos in different places, right? First we went, the director took us to the auditorium room and said, all these are scientists who have worked on the prediction of malaria, prediction of dengue, chikungunya, blah, blah, and other stuff. So he asked, how many scientists have killed mosquitoes till now? Nobody is there. Then he saw me, how many you have killed? Said, we are killing every day. Then he said, these are the people who are there in the same city from last 50 years plus. And the system doesn't, because the scientific pool is there still. But and we come from more of a action-oriented and looking for more of scientific kind of a data stuff and everything. There's such gap. And after that, every problem what we have seen, right, when we reached out, people are ready to help, but it's whether it will helpful to us in that moment is a question mark still. So if you have that curiosity of taking help and asking specific to them, because when we ask generic, I don't think people are able to help us anything. That I have understood. It should be so specific so that they could able to, definitely everybody will keep effort. But if our ask is so generic, so that they're not able to understand how do they could support us. So today what we do, it's not our effort, it's efforts of some hundreds of people. It's specific your time which has supported us. So it has to be an army of people supporting you. You don't notice and don't realize that. So once you realize, I think that's drive you forward, is what we have seen. Thank you.
Great. So we wrap up on that note. This is something again echoed from earlier session of Swamiji, where he said, Sangachatvam. That collaboration is the root. If one has to look at the innovation moving forward with that bias for action and delivering the transformational impact. Hopefully each of us have different takeaways from the various pieces that we are putting together through this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to HMA and Shiv.
Thank you.
Please be seated, ma'am. Thank you. We'll have the felicitation session. Thank you so much for your valuable insights. The panel discussion was very informative, ma'am. I would request Peacepati Ravi Kumar sir to please felicitate Shivakumar. I request the volunteers to please escort sir. A very big round of applause to prove that we are all awake after the lunch. And I'm going to put questions to the audience now. Please be alert. As we are reaching very soon towards the closing ceremony and waiting for our e-certificates, let us also answer some questions and write a small test in quiz. No written test. Yeah, after Q&A, sir. I request Dr. Renuka Sagar, member HMA, to please felicitate Manisha Sabu. And I request Dr. Sri Harsha Reddy to please come on to the dais to felicitate Mr. Prem Kumar. Yeah.
I thought it was running beyond time and therefore.
Prem Kumar Vislawat sir, who arrived a little later, is the founder and chief innovator of Marut Drones. He was here in the panel discussion, but I missed his intro, so I just wanted to brief it up. He's a Hyderabad-based drone technology solutions company established in 2019. He's alumnus of IIT Guwahati. Before venturing into the drone technology, Prem Kumar was involved in filmmaking, operating under Rasta Films and Rasta Studios. Under Prem Kumar's leadership, Marut Drones has expanded its focus to include agricultural applications, developing drones for pesticide spraying to protect farmers from harmful chemical exposures. So this was a very short and very impactful brief about Prem Kumar. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, we have Q&A for this session. The first question is from Parikshit Reddy. In the example of the cancer train and its correlation to protecting the farmer from chemicals using drones, have you also considered the impact of spraying on consumers? It's a question for you, sir, or the whole panel.
Can you define consumers? Yeah, can you define the consumers? So, any chemical, these are not we are generating the chemicals. These are companies, like all the companies. There's a center insecticide board, which quantifies the formulations and everything. So all the companies, all the pesticide companies, all the chemical companies, they go through certain kind of certification. They come with a formulation. And they whatever dilution. So in the drones, it is come with the ultra low formulations. They have created their SOPs. That's why you see a smaller bottle with SOPs. So what has happened here is what you were paying 100, 200 liters per acre. It has become 8 to 10 liters per acre. That more of water reduction has happened, and the active ingredients are the same. So all this impact SOPs, everything is published, and companies like ITC are effectively using it based on the formulations, SOPs, which is published by Government of India. And those SOPs have studied by universities. So doing for almost 2 years in healthcare or agri, two scientific years they do trials. They come up with SOPs which are published in public domain. Just search drone spraying SOP in Google. You'll find documents which are there, which measured on the impact on flora fauna, impact on soil, impact on more of this all already has been quantified and which is in public domain, which you can see. Then only Government of India, from Prime Minister to Chief Ministers to the end farmers, are excited towards this technology because the data has been proven. Thank you.
He said, take the second. Oh,
Yeah,
there's
we have
second.
one more question now.
Okay, to foster innovation, what helps more? An incremental approach or an insightful out-of-the-box thinking? I would say foster innovation. Anything that you can do for the innovation is good enough. Anything, small, big, doesn't matter. Obviously, if it's out-of-box, then transformational growth that we are thinking about is, the probability is little more. But I'm just okay for any kind of innovation. As for my experience, innovation is what matters. Thinking differently, right brain thinking, thinking itself sometimes is very, very important. So let's say that innovation of any kinds, encourage it.
Thank you, ma'am. We have next two questions from G. Samrat. How can young leaders balance economic growth with sustainability and social responsibility? And what key values should young leaders uphold to drive meaningful transformation?
See, I could have done many odd businesses, like I can start e-commerce site, or I can do even keeping 10 cabs into Ola, Uber, I can do a business, right? So I think what we're gonna face is from a morning when you wake up till you go back your home, you see a lot of problems everywhere. And we complain very easily. And we think we have complained, our job is done. But we are not thinking, okay, can I solve that one problem? What you see. That one thing which has sustainable, which has impact, which has all stuff, definitely will come into picture. But once you start thinking towards it, from a day one, you don't need to think about whether it is impacting and everything. If you start, our experience is, from a day one, we never know we are solving that problem. From day one, we never thought, like we have to be like social entrepreneur or sustainable and everything. We were trying to see that problem statement which we have taken up. Are we working towards it? Can it have a hardware like a drone, software or any other means which needed to solve that problem, what we were grouping people. And the first set of people also we brought was my co-founders. One was in Qualcomm, I said, you come for only few days, let's solve this problem. Came 7 years back, till now I've never sent him back. So that's where it's majorly if you identify a problem and you are convinced towards that problem, and if it is something towards environment, something towards water, something towards it, automatically you'll have all the thing. And young is subjective. Today a 50 years old can come forward, but the environment is very good today in India. At least people like my age can do something and people can fund them, people can support them. So definitely and we are very young country yet. So definitely it is very favorable. And next question is also very important is because when we started the first problem, the problem was not directly solved by us. Needs a lot of scientific kind of people who can support us, the academia, and they validate it. We were breeding mosquitoes for a certain time, So what we were doing is, in Gachibowli, road number 2, like every year in the month of September, October, you see a full page of first page. Dengue deaths, or chikungunya deaths, or malaria deaths. And every hospital you go, first he'll do, okay, it might be a dengue test, it can be chikungunya test, and he'll make you wait for a month with different tests and give you same dolo, what you say. So what we did at that time was, we've said, can we quantify, keep a sensor in one locality, trap a mosquito, can I tell whether in this line there's a dengue or chikungunya, and can I give this data to the hospitals, to the municipality, so that they could do the awareness activities specific. Like in road number 4 of high-tech city, you have chikungunya, not dengue. So that when he goes to a hospital nearby also, he is specifically treating for more of that kind of locality, or doctor should ask which locality you're coming from, what is a prevalent kind of a disease there. If it is, you have to prove it in healthcare or agri, you need academia interaction more important. And they validate it so that if it is a regulatory kind of a compliance or regulation kind of a thing, so the academia validation becomes critical. That's why I'm saying, like, where we are working the space, from day one we took healthcare, like public health, Then we took medical delivery. Then Apollo Hospital, we worked with WEF, we worked with staff. They did clinical trials. So, or even from agri also, we worked with agri universities, testing them. Now, new use case we're doing it. Farmers asking 100 questions, saying that will it cost reduction or per acre reduction? A lot of stuff asked, right? We use universities as a testing kind of a method for almost 1 year, and then take it to the market. So that's where we see more of a industry academia partnership becomes very critical. Thank you.
Okay. What would you convey to students who tend to stay in their comfort zone but not transformation? I would just say that that's myopic. Being in the comfort zone is not going to take you anywhere, and you're just starting at the beginning of your productive life. Please understand that innovation, transformation, ability to learn new skill, ability to re-innovate yourself is what is going to see you through in the 30, 40, 50 years of productive life that you have ahead of you. So it's very important for the students especially to think differently and be ready for transformation. As they say that survival doesn't depend on whether you are the most strong or you are the most intelligent. When you look at the history, it will tell you that the species which has survived is the one which was ready to transform, which was ready to change, which was ready to adopt. So students should be ready for that, obviously. All the best.
I think we can end up the panel. Thank you so much, ma'am. With a very big round of applause, because they have answered 5 questions, very important and very much related to the student academia. We have our next speaker ready. But before that, can I just ask one question to see that the alertness and the awareness of my distinguished gathering present over here. Since morning we are all talking about the Hma Leadership Conclave. Can somebody just tell me the theme on which we are conducting this? Okay, very easy question, oral alert. So let's clap for our own selves. Okay. And then I would like somebody to give me one punchline from the session of Fireside Chat, which was between Dr. BVR Mohan Reddy and Duddu. Can anybody just tell me the first question he asked was, who was the first PhD in AI? Oh, so all are aware and all are enjoying the session. Fine. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Ganesh Natarajan. Is the Executive Chairman and founder of 5F World, a platform for digital startups, skills and social ventures in the country. He is also the co-founder of Global Talent Track Skills, Alpha, and Lighthouse Communities Foundation, as well as 2 Indo-US joint ventures. Dr. Natarajan is a member of the Central Board of Directors of State Bank of India and Chairman of Board of Honeywell Automation India Limited. He has been the chairman of industry associations such as NASSCOM and NASSCOM Foundation, as well as various national committees of the Consideration of India Industry and the All India Management Association. He serves on the board of the Principal Asset Manager, Hinduja Global Solutions, Asian Venture Philanthropy Network, Singapore, Systec Inc. and Social Venture Partners. Dr. Natarajan has a Master's in Industrial Engineering from NITE Mumbai, a PhD from IIT Bombay, and Advanced Management from Harvard Business School. He has received the Distinguished Alumnus Award of IIT Bombay and has been recognized by the EY and the Asia Pacific HR Forum for excellence in technology, entrepreneurship, and his people-centric leadership. I welcome Sir onto the dais. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Sir, we'll do it, sir. I'll do it.
Leave it here. I don't want to disturb the screen.
Well, good afternoon to all of you. I think you saw on your agenda there is supposed to be a tea break or a coffee break. So I will not apologize that I am replacing your coffee. Okay, I am not standing between you and your coffee. There is no coffee break. So to compensate for that, I'm not going to do a long, boring speech. Okay, I'm going to ask you questions. I hope the organizers will forgive me if I say, please ask questions right through. Anytime you feel you have to say something, put your hand up. If you're sitting in the last row, you better have a loud voice. If you're sitting anywhere in between, I'm sure we can hear you. Because I am going to ask you questions, and let's make it interactive. Because what are we trying to do here? And I will start from where Manisha left off. Okay, she said that, look, any organism, any individual, any creature that does not evolve, does not transform, is bound to be obsolete. And my belief is that any manager, any leader who believes that, look, I've been there, done that, I've occupied the corner office of this company, or I've become the director of an institute or whatever, and feels now it's done, I can coast through the next 15, 20 years of my life, is in for a very rude surprise. Because my belief is that we're going to see transformation happening in various segments almost on a daily basis. What are those transformations? One, of course, is the geopolitical environment, because nothing is going to be the same again. I mean, if you were in Delhi and you thought the AAP government would continue, suddenly BJP comes in. Okay, if you were in Telangana and thought the BJP would come back, and there is something else. So, I mean, that's the political side of it. And if you were a Democrat in America and thought that Trump will not come back for a second term, you know what happened. Okay. So today the Panama Canal is being renegotiated between China and America. I think in the next 3 months you will see stuff happening worldwide which you've never imagined could happen. And one could be as disastrous as USAID and WHO not getting funding. And the others could be much more fundamental, which will affect the way you and I think and work. So I think that's one. So call that the pull of geopolitics, that things are changing, and that is an inexorable pull which will keep you glued and watch. And if you don't watch, you'll be pulled away. The second, and probably the equally important, is the fundamental problems we have. If you recall the most exciting WhatsApp discussions that have happened in the last 3 weeks, it is because of a very well-meaning gentleman called S.N. Subramaniam, the MD of Larsen & Toubro, making a very casual remark about 90-hour work week. If you do the calculation, for heaven's sake, we're all grown-up people. Nobody can work 90 hours per work week. But just because a man kind of figuratively throws it around, we discuss it and we say, oh my God, and then will I look at my wife and my wife look at me? I mean, is it even relevant? But this is what we love to do, because WhatsApp and Instagram have taken over our thinking. So in a sense, what happens is, for people who are trying to get work done, Prime Minister Modi be it, or it is S.N. Subramaniam or Narayan Murthy or whoever, you find that there's a huge pull or a huge drag. So if you imagine, there's a drag of people who want inertia. We used to say earlier that, look, young people are very, very happy to go out and make stuff happen. The leaders are always ready to take the charge, and middle management is a problem. But today, everybody with a sense of deja vu, with a sense of complacency, can drag the organization. So we talked about the geopolitical pull. That's one dimension. The second is, as I said, the attitudes of people who want this wonderful thing called work-life balance all the time. And the third, and possibly the most important, I noticed my good friend, Mr. Mohan Reddy, was here in the morning. And Mohan talked about AI. And we have a dinner tonight where we're going to discuss what he said and what I said and argue about it. So that'll be good fun. But if you look at AI, and I'm going to take maybe 10 minutes to talk a little bit more about AI than what Mohan would have talked about. AI can be the most enabling force that mankind has ever seen, or it can be the most destructive force that mankind can ever see. Okay, so what I'm going to do in the next 35 minutes, I promise you I'll finish on time, is to engage you in a discussion on all these three. That look, in this context of a huge pull coming from another side, a huge push coming from technology, and a drag coming from inertia, how do leaders respond to these situations? So that's the basic premise, okay? So I'll just take you through. I'm not necessarily going through all my slides, but I will take you through a few slides. This is World 3.0. World 1.0, everything was business as usual. We took up one job, stayed in it, retired, and looked after the garden. World 2.0, when we all started, I do 14 jobs at the same time. I'm not moonlighting, so I'm not taking 14 salaries, okay? I'm doing 14 jobs at the same time and taking whatever I need from each one of those 14. Okay, so when I say 14 jobs, I think I get worried nowadays. This is what I talked about. And I just thought about the Gen X and Gen Z business, so it's not there on this slide. But I think you will find that the tariff barriers that we're all worried about. Okay, Trump, of course, as all of you must have realized by now, he throws out the most negative idea he can get, watches for reactions, and then backtracks from it. So never believe the first thing you hear from Donald Trump. Okay, that's all. But there is no doubt there's a slowing global economy. Okay, the fact that RBI has reduced rates after 5 years shows that we recognize the world is not the same place. In America this morning, there's already news that people are worried about inflation, which means the great American party might get disrupted a little bit because of inflation. Indian economy is in for a tough time. Okay, whatever we may say, whatever the economic survey may say, this year is not going to be easy. And companies that can continue to grow 10-15%, deserve a big round of applause in my opinion, because that's extremely important. The third is the point I'm going to talk about for the next 30 minutes. How do you then create this very empowering shared vision that differentiates the leading companies from the also-rans? I mean, if we are very proud about companies like Infosys in the technology sector, if you're very proud about a company like L&T, which is, I mean, today almost 60% market share in construction and engineering is going to L&T, it's quite amazing. And if you're very proud of, let's say, companies which are in payments and digital, etc., it's because a few of them had leadership which could see that additional vision. I'll give you 3 examples from my own background so that you understand how do you think about innovation. I'll give you my first CEO role was way back, 1991. I was working for this very nice company called NIIT. I got headhunted to be the CEO of this company called Aptech. And like any young 32-year-old, you don't always ask the right questions because somebody says, I'm giving you a CEO role, and you think, oh my God, this is what my life was made out to be, and you don't ask questions. And just to give you an example, and this is public information, I'm not telling you anything new. In that time, 1991, NIIT was a 70 crore company. Aptech was a 4 crore company. Now that itself is daunting, 1/18th of the size of your biggest competitor. But I forgot to ask the next question to the recruiter saying, what's the profit of the company? The company was making 11 crore loss on 4 crore revenue. Now believe me, it takes caliber to do that. It takes caliber. Has any of you ever tried to do that kind of loss? Of course, now the dot-coms will say, hey, 11 crores is nothing. We'll make 11,000 crores loss and show you. But this was before that time. Unicorn or a negative unicorn or whatever you may call it, sir. So the reason for that was very simple, that, we had these humongously big computer training centers. I mean, one was right here in Hyderabad, in Bashirbagh. So we have 7 large training centers, all bleeding to death because they were so fantastically designed. And your centers, one in Ranchi and one in Jamshedpur, don't ask me why they were in Jharkhand, and they were making profits. So when I came into this company, I said, look, the first thing we have to fix from an innovative mindset is we have to fix these losses. So we said, why on earth are we even running our own centers? Because we were conventional thinking that unless you are a large brand, you are demonstrating how it can be done, no franchisee will take up your brand. So what we went around doing is we sold off 7 of those 9 centers that we were running to franchisees, and then 2. And then we sat down and said, let's make a empowering vision for the future, saying we'll do a completely franchised organization. We'll set up computer education centers all over the country. And we got our team together in 1992 and said, okay guys, what do we want to become? Let's make a vision for the year 2000, which was 8 years away. And logically, we thought about it. One person was very bold. I mean, this company had built 7 centers in 10 years, but they said in the next 8 years, we must be at least 100 computer education centers, and at least one of them must be outside India. In those days, outside India meant which country? Dubai, of course. US was unheard of. So I said, 1 in Dubai, 99 in India. And I keep telling people, I was doing this talk at Harvard Business School last year, and I said, thank God I didn't write it down as a formal vision statement, because when I left Aptech in 2001, we were 1,400 training centers, 42 countries, 24 we were hold the applause, 24 we were market leaders, including in China. Okay, so this was purely by saying, let's make stuff happen and let's build a community, a collaborative community of business partners. I mean, I remember we had one gentleman who was running a franchise center in Amirpet, who was a billionaire living in Bahrain. We had another entity running the Secunderabad center here in Hyderabad, who were IIT, IIM, both of them. Completely different types of people, but combined in a common cause. Fast forward in 2001, I then got headhunted to move to Pune and run this software company called Zensar Technologies. And that was great fun. This was, again, what was called B2B and B2C was called back to Bangalore, back to Chennai. Everybody came back from the US because there was nothing left in the US after the .com. And yeah, Y2K had just finished. You're absolutely right. You can do my speech, okay? Okay. And of course, a gentleman called Osama bin Laden was about to happen in the world. I joined in April, and that happened in 9/11 is 4 months away. Now, in such a situation, how do you build a company? I mean, if I had more time, I would ask you to guess what we did. But I don't have time, so I'll tell you the story. So we said, look, the one thing we cannot do is try and be the mini Infosys or the mini TCS. It doesn't make any sense. So since I had run a public limited company, Aptech was listed by then on the London Stock Exchange, Bombay Stock Exchange. I called up my analyst friends in Mumbai and said, what would you do if I were you? He said, look, boss, you're a small company, 40 crore, small business, 400 people. So don't try and compete for large companies. Okay? Just be a good leader who will lead your company into working for smaller entities. I said, okay. What else do you think? He said, just focus on one niche. Okay? Don't try and be an Infosys. Be a geometric software. Maybe focus on engineering services, something very specific. Exactly what Mohan Reddy's company was doing in the early days as Infotech Enterprises. So I went back to my team because I'm this great person who never takes decisions. Let it come from the organization. Let them say what they want to do, like we did in Aptech. So I asked them, what do you want to do? And the consensus was we should only work with the large Fortune 500 companies. I said, oh my God, this is not what the stock market wants. The second was we should be on a follow the customer approach, that whatever the customer wants, we should deliver in terms of technology. So exactly contradictory to what the stock market wisdom was. So I said, okay, the people have spoken, let's do it. So we had just hired a young person. He was a chief technology officer. I still remember his name, Dilip Thomas Titiera. So I asked Dilip, saying, what do you want to do, boss? He says, boss, let's put out a fantastic story that nobody will believe. I said, that sounds like a good starting point. So I said, what is the story? He said, look, we're a programming company. I said, yeah, of course. Every software company is a programming company. He says, let us put out a story that Zensar is the first company in the world which does programmerless programming. I said, okay, tell me more. He said, no, we can do it. Don't worry. And that time there was, even if you're in technology, you'll know there were some tools becoming, but now ChatGPT writes everything. There's no programmer left in this country. It's all ChatGPT and AI. But those days, people used to write Java and .NET and what all programs. So what we did was we had a great marketing guy. If you remember, his name was Subbu. And Subbu said, now that we know what we're going to do, not that we can do it, but we know what we're going to do, let's write to the Fortune 500 CIOs. So we wrote 500 emails, letters, faxes to Fortune 500 CIOs of companies. Took us a month to get the data. And we waited, saying somebody is going to come back and say, wow. So we got 3 responses to those 500 letters. Okay? 2 of which said, don't waste our time. We never heard such bullshit before. But one person, interestingly, and this gentleman's name was Stuart Senior. I'm telling you really, that's why I'm taking names. Stuart Senior was IT director of Marks & Spencer. You all know Marks & Spencer. He wrote to me and said that, look, nice to hear from you, Mr. Natarajan. And it sounds interesting. And when you're here in London, drop in for a cup of tea and we can chat. I'm a sales guy. So I said, Mr. Senior, you're so amazing. This Thursday afternoon, I'm in London. Can I meet you? So he didn't believe me, I didn't believe him, but he said, okay, come. So Dilip and I caught the cheapest possible flight from Pune to London. We landed in his office. And Dilip was a sales guy. So he made this amazing presentation on something called solution blueprinting. And now if you talk to the computer, all that is possible now, by the way. But in those days, it wasn't. It's 2001. Okay, and we just tell them what is the use case, and it'll generate code. You can decide whether it's going to be in Java or .NET, etc., etc. So I still remember Stuart Senior. It was a nice sunny day in London. So he looks out of the window and says, yes, pigs will fly one day. Thank you so much. So we caught the next flight back, and I told Dilip, boss, let's stop wasting our time. Let's recruit programmers and build a company. He said, no, boss, So then I got a call 10 days later from Stuart saying, you gave this fantastic story to me. I have an opportunity. I have a $2 million engagement that we're going to give to our standard vendors, Capgemini, Wipro. We'll give it to you also. Okay, you do the first part of the exercise, which was worth about $200,000. Show me that you can do what you said. I said, Dilip, now nothing we can do. He said, don't worry, boss. Pune will get cheap programmers. Okay, so we went out and hired 100 programmers, made them work 90 hours a week or 100 hours a week for 3 months, and we delivered. Okay, and suddenly we were in business. Because Marks & Spencer then eventually became a $40 million account for us. So suddenly I'm saying, this seems like a crazy story to talk about innovation. But if you don't think out of the box, if you don't have a different point of view, you're not going to succeed. Okay, today I do a lot of work in the social sector, and I was telling Manisha before we started, my main theme is it's not that young people don't want to kind of absorb skills. Of course, you can skill them. But in the early days of skills, and God bless the Prime Minister, again they've come up with the massive funding for Skills India mission. But the first one failed because everybody and his brothers, somebody said, I'll set up a plumbing institute, okay, and I'll get all these people to come, we'll give them free lunch, free chai, etc. They did the plumbing course, they didn't take up the job. 88% did not take up jobs after skilling. 50 who took up jobs dropped out in 3 months. This is published data of NSDC. So, but then it slowly changed. But we said the problem is not how do you skill people and get them jobs. The problem is how do you want people to take up jobs. Now, this may sound very funny in a country where the biggest problem staring us in our face is unemployment. But we started a whole process of saying for 6 weeks, if you get a person from maybe the slums in Chandanagar here, you don't want to teach them skills. You want to teach them the power to dream. You want to give them a social sector word called agency, the aspiration to be better than what you are today. By doing that, today we have 2.5 lakh people around the country who are participating in projects like this, and they're very happy with what we do. The reason I give you this long preamble is, I think the ability to create a shared vision, which is differentiated from competition, is what makes leaders successful. Now let me come to AI, and then I'll take you through a few slides, and that's what it is. Let me ask you the first question. What is the worst imaginary or real thing that you think AI will do to us? Anybody? Potentially. I'm not saying it will do it. What is the bad potential of AI? Anybody? Come on, guys. I'm denying you your coffee. Yes, sir. But you haven't answered my question. What is the enormous damage you think AI can do to the world? Yes, sir, you in the brown t-shirt. You let it come a little further, yeah. Go ahead. It can destroy your creativity or enhance your creativity? It can destroy your creativity. Okay, I'll take one more and then we can keep. Sorry? What happens to the stock market? Or companies which can be. No. You're talking about something we may not know is true. I mean, she's talking a little bit about the $3.6 trillion valuation of NVIDIA, for instance, or the multiple billion-dollar valuation of OpenAI, and suddenly there's a thing called DeepSeek comes from China, and we think that has destroyed AI. But let me answer my own question for you. The worst thing that can happen to AI is if you allow it to fall into the hands of very, very divisive people. Let me give you what I mean by that. It means, I was actually in a discussion 2 months ago with Yuval Noah Harari. I'm sure many of you have heard of Harari, the man who wrote Sapiens, then he wrote what is my all-time favorite book called Homo Deus, and then wrote this awful book called Nexus. It's there on every bookshop, don't buy it. It's just one huge rehash of various things. But Harari himself is brilliant. So when we met him in New York, and he was giving us an example. Imagine you were Lenin, okay? All of you have heard of Lenin, the great dictator of Russia, who would, if you said anything against Lenin, you would be on a file, the file would be sent to the Kremlin, and by the time a Babu opened the file, it was hopefully 6 months. But when they opened it, you were dead. You would be assassinated. There was no question, okay? So Harari was saying, imagine if you gave a malicious AI to Lenin. Not only would Lenin know, not in 6 months, but in 6 hours, somebody who made a negative statement against him, he would also know that a child has been conceived of parents who are very dubious in their lineage towards Lenin. So best to kill the child even before it's born. Sounds extreme. But think about it. Think about a real story. All of you have heard about the Rohingyas in Myanmar. Okay? The Rohingyas in Myanmar were subject to a massive massacre, which doesn't get reported because of the way Myanmar is. But the reality, and it's actually very well described in the book Nexus, he said that, look, there was an elderly cleric in Myanmar who started posting extremely negative stuff about the community on Facebook. And Facebook is unfortunately the language of communication in many countries today. A lot of voices came up and said, what is he talking about? No, there's nothing wrong. The Rohingyas are as much a community in Myanmar as anybody else. But Facebook's algorithms were such that they always further propagated stuff that was creating more eyeballs, because Facebook's job is to sell more subscribers and sell more advertising. So slowly, the cleric got maximum mileage on Facebook, and the people who were more moderate voices were subdued by Facebook. So he's saying it's an algorithmic assassination. There was an inquiry on Facebook, and Zuckerberg, of course, said, no. I mean, we just post, we just propagate whatever people want. Now, the whatever people want itself is the evil that gets propagated. And recently, if you probably noticed, Mr. Zuckerberg went out and said that we will no longer do any fact-checking. That one statement can destroy the planet. And this is the power of AI. Please remember that. Okay? So having given you the wrong preamble, let me come to the text of what I'm going to say, and we do it very fast. See, this is how companies are evolving today. So I'm just giving you a preamble for this for AI. I mean, most of us, when we understood digital, it was because of what you see there, Facebook and Google, because it's free, massive information available at zero cost, which is what DeepSeek is trying to do. It moved to the experience model. I mean, today, very few of us go to theaters because Netflix, I mean, I'm myself watching four different movies on Netflix over the last 3 months. One day I'll finish at least 2 of those. There's no rush. I mean, you get bored of it in 5 minutes, you're distracted, go do something else. Netflix will remind you and you can resume forever. So much convenience. This is the new experience model. And the platform model, which is what UPI and Digital India and all that is, how we can pay for our stuff, is really what is most interesting. But that is what makes the difference between what we have seen in the past as something that you buy, whereas something that you really use from a platform. So this is one way of understanding the industry. So if you look at it, the point I'm making is, which I've made in the last 20 minutes, and I won't labor it in the next 20, is that these are, as leaders, these are extremely important things for us to do. There is a digital evolution, there is geopolitical poles, everything I said earlier. So first question that we would ask as well as leaders is, what Dilip asked me, do we identify unique offerings that will make us stand out from competition? One. The second is, again, the point that Manisha was making, that nobody cannot innovate. Of course, everybody can innovate. Of course, every company can innovate. Do we have an engine that can continually innovate year after year? Do we have in our organization, in our academic institute, in wherever we are, that we continue to do that innovation journey and don't rest on our laurels? Because the minute you feel that you're done, then you're really done. Nothing is going to happen to you beyond that. Okay. The third, of course, is, I mean, if you're running a company which has products and services, I keep telling this to startups, that unless your product or service is superior, you may last for a couple of months, but then you'll go away, which is what OpenAI is worried about today. I mean, if you look at our wonderful Sam Altman, he came to India 3 years back and said, India is finished. You guys can't compete with us on AI and everything else. He comes 1 week ago and talks to our minister and says, India is the future of AI. Okay, because suddenly somebody brought him down to earth called DeepSeek. Okay, suddenly we find that $100 million to train a large language model is not required, and a distillation model, I won't get into the technical, hopefully Mohan covered it. The distillation model and inference model, that is what DeepSeek is all about, can make the same thing happen at 1/10,000th of the cost. So that's what I'm saying, that can we demonstrate superior product service performance year on year on year, otherwise you'll get obsolete. So companies like Intel in the early days, now they've gone obsolete. Apple for a long time demonstrated this product. I think that is really so I think the world beater ideas is if you think of one thing that you must go out and practice, can I create ideas? Can I innovate? Can I think of new ideas? And nobody is too poor or too uneducated to innovate. In fact, the best innovation sometimes comes from the poorest countries. Okay. Second is, of course, the old value, which is called customer intimacy. So this is natural. I mean, we've all talked about customer delight till the cows come home. I don't know if any of you know what is the most famous quote of Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple. He actually went out and said publicly, which only Steve Jobs can do and get away with it. He said, I can never trust the customer to know what she wants. Customer delight, customer intimacy, what are we talking about? But his point was, I will create the product first and then create the want for the product. Remember, we used to have these Walkmans. Then came the iPhone, and that went obsolete. So that is the power of people like Jobs, but there are not too many jobs. Okay, so I'm just saying that customer intimacy, making sure that we go the extra mile for selective customers. So that's why all these premium programs, et cetera, et cetera. And classically, Southwest Airlines in America, they kind of beat the whole system of, I still remember getting into the business class of a United Airlines flight from San Francisco to London. And this woman, my name is Natarajan, but she is Latino. So she said, welcome, Mr. Natrayan. So I said, my name is not Natrayan, it's Natrajan. So she says, why would I care, sweetie? Am I a business class customer or not? For an air hostess to say, why would I care what your name sounds? But this is the American airline culture, okay? And British Airways economy class, I'm sure we'll agree, not very different from that. But the point I'm making is that from why would I care, sweetie, to say, can I expect or can I anticipate what you want, is where good customer service is. And I think if we don't do that, customers have no loyalty these days. I mean, they will throw you out into the waste paper basket the minute they get a better, cheaper product from Amazon, okay? So can we do this without losing expertise, without compromising what we stand for? I think all these are the questions we must ask. Just a quick slide on how does AI really evolve? It evolved because there was always reporting, there was always data, there was always information. But what AI has made happen, and I can send you these slides, so I know it's a little far away for people like in the back. But the second last box, which is what they call predictive analytics. Why is AI becoming important for leaders and managers? Because it will give you insights, not to not make you think, as somebody said, but to make you think in a better fashion. Because all the data that you need to take your decision is available through AI today. And that is the best way to look at AI. In fact, we're now we've just launched a company on the Bombay Stock Exchange called GTD Data Solutions. The whole premise of that company is what we call dual intelligence. That AI by itself will keep evolving. Humans have to evolve at a speed faster than AI to be competitive. So dual intelligence is nothing but the summation of human intelligence and artificial intelligence should be such that you can actually make much better things happen. And that is what will happen through predictive analytics. AI, of course, as all of us know, also does prescriptive analytics. I mean, today when you get into Amazon and Amazon says, oh, somebody exactly like you bought this book, can I order it for you? You're succumbing to predictive analytics. Okay, so you have to decide on your own. Don't let AI decide what book you should read next. Otherwise, the biases that AI will develop can actually kill you. So I think, but these are topics for another day. I'm just saying, this is something you have to remember, that you have to develop that dual intelligence. Do not ignore AI, because AI will not ignore you. So embrace AI, but master AI to make that happen. So I think this is important. So finally, I mean, if I look at how you should look at it from an AI and digital point of view, I don't know if you've heard of digital customer journeys, but today almost in every brand, whether it's in retail, in financial services, in hospitality, even in healthcare, we are trying to use technology to predict the customer journey. That at what stage will diagnostics have to be done? At what stage should treatment options be given? So people are really thinking through this. I'm sure, I mean, you'll hear about it from Apollo and so many other people, but everybody is looking at how technology can ease the journey of the customer. Same thing with learning. Okay, this is actually my favorite theme. We're doing a lot of investment in this area. But just to give you an example, I mean, don't look at the slide right now. What is the problem with learning? Are you aware of a statistic that out of all the e-learning courses that are proliferate around the world, hardly 12% of courses get completed by people who started? And the retention in people's minds is hardly anything. Like, I mean, I can happily watch 4 movies on Netflix at the same time because I don't need to remember what Shah Rukh Khan said in scene 3. I mean, if I remember, I'm mad, okay? But if you're learning something, you better remember, right? But we do e-learning the same way as we watch Netflix movies. Net result, outcomes are extremely poor. So we started doing a lot of research about 4 years back, and we said, look, the problem is nobody asks, I mean, we call this character Aditi. So nobody asks Aditi what she wants to learn. I gave you the example in social sector also. Because Aditi may have joined Infosys, sorry to use Infosys, I'm just taking as an example, 2 years ago, and now she says, oh my God, I'm in programming, but maybe I should be in sales. Maybe I should do something else. Suppose you had a little AI bot who popped up in front of Aditi on a screen saying, hey Aditi, what do you really want to do with your life? So Aditi says, maybe I want to do this, but I would also like to explore this, etc., etc. So AI can help her to say, if you want to do this path, or you want to become a program analyst and a systems manager or whatever, this is the path you have to take, this is what you need to learn. However, if you want to consider a change in career, this is what you have to unlearn, this is the reinforcement learning you have to get, these are additional courses. Oh, and by the way, if you want to choose this path, I'll guide you on the learning path. Now the AI bot has got Aditi hooked, which the HR manager, poor thing, could never do. Okay, so Aditi is now saying, okay, let me explore. And AI says, hey, by the way, we know that you don't like reading too much of text, so we're going to show you a lot of videos because you're much more of a graphical kind of person. So what we call adaptive learning. So adaptive learning delivered in this style, not just in case, but just in time, based exactly on what Aditi needs, results in learning efficiency of 90% as against 12% in e-learning. You see the point I'm making? That if you really use commonly available technology uncommonly well, and you have the leadership wisdom to think through this, you can change the way your company works, the company learns, the company deals with customers, etc., etc. So this is just a few examples I'm throwing at you. So just to stop at one point, and then I'll take the last 10 minutes. So if you want to be a dual intelligence leader, think this through. You have to be able to have a transformational leadership style. All the examples I've been giving of completely out-of-the-box thinking. You have to innovate. You have the ability to either see the future or, like Steve Jobs, build a future which nobody has seen. Both are possible. I mean, there are some very maverick leaders who can do the second part, but most of us can see the future and build our solutions towards it. Enhancing human intelligence and systematic AI. So meaning, systemic AI, sorry. Because AI, and again, this could be a 2-hour lecture by itself. People are saying that, look, there's no longer any point in just relying on point AI. Point AI solutions is where some small problem gets resolved. Application AI, which what I believe Indian companies should be doing, and I'm sure large companies like Mphasis, Infosys, Wipro are all doing it. They're building application AI and giving it to their clients. But most important, in a large entity, or even a large state or a society or Hyderabad, you need to have a systemic AI solution, which means that AI should be able to alleviate the suffering of every citizen, whether it's a traffic issue, whether it's a healthcare issue, education issue, skills issue. I think that's really where we are looking. That is what dual intelligence, they will think through a system for the future and put all their human intelligence and AI solutions around it. So just a few more slides on leadership role in the future. In strategy, I already mentioned this. Okay, articulate vision, the value proposition of what you're trying to do, extremely important. And a combination of what we call better processes, better management systems, better business unit structures. There's a wonderful book called Value Disciplines by Hma and Tracy. They're both BCG consultants, where they talk about, whether it's product innovation, customer sovereignty, or is it something like logistics, just the speed at which you get product to market. I mean, all these are important. Amazon is a practitioner of logistics, speed of getting your stuff. Apple was a practitioner of product innovation. So whatever you want to do as a leader, decide this is our strategic thrust as an organization. This is another thing that I always worry about, that even today a lot of people think that I have 3,000 people reporting to me, so I'm this big boss, everybody should come and worship me and pray to me. It doesn't work anymore. Even if they say that we'll worship you, they won't worship you. Okay, so from this the old manager to the new leader, so the new leader is a coach and a guide. We know this. I'm saying this I'm preaching to the converted. But are you practicing it enough? Especially in the context of what I said earlier. The customers are changing because of geopolitical, your demands are changing because of innovation, and your people are kind of thinking of very, very different ways of work-life balance. So can we do this? And to do this, what do good leaders do? They do all these things. They create new markets, they love new technology, they push their teams, eternal optimists, willing to wait. The question is, and let me ask you a question and get a quick response. How do you, if you've been given the task of leading 300 people and building a successful business unit, organization, whatever, how do you create great followers? Anybody? Relationship. Sorry? Relationship. Anybody else? How do you create great followers? 300 people will follow you and say, boss, tell us what you want to do and we shall follow you. You are the Pied Piper of Hyderabad. Sir, you answered my question. You cannot create more followers in this world, ladies and gentlemen. The minute you try and create followers, you either have to be Prime Minister Narendra Modi, okay, or you have to be on a different planet. Because no way people want to follow anybody anymore. Okay, so what we are saying is leaders do not create followers. You create context. A new generation of leaders has to emerge. Only then can we be successful in an organization. Please remember that. I know it's very obvious when I say it, but we forget it sometimes in our need to be the all-empowering, all great leader. Okay. Connected leadership is something which is pretty obvious. So participating, facilitating, enabling, very important. That's why I said the leader cannot see himself or herself as the all-knowing commander, order giver, extraordinary. You have to be a Zubin Mehta. You have to be a symphony conductor who is not the best violinist, not the best pianist, not the best cello player, but gets the best out of the entire team. Okay, that's pretty obvious. So Jack Welch in his heyday was exactly this. He used to spend 20% of his time interacting with young people in this training center that GE had called in Crotonville. And that was what he was famous for, because he really knew, and all the same, he was ruthless. He was called Neutron Jack for no reason except the fact he would not would not tolerate with inefficiency. So this combination is what creates great leadership for the future. Leaders normally have a great design, or they get their teams, like I've always done, to kind of collaborate on a vision, and they are able to roll up their sleeves and ensure execution. Leaders who sit in the corner office and give orders are absolute dinosaurs in today's society. You have to be participative. You have to be out there in what the Japanese call the gemba, which is the shop floor, and being seen as a collaborative leader. And always be part of the action faction, which means you can't just sit there and give gyan, but you have to actually make stuff happen. Again, the question I keep asking various people is, okay, who is the last 10 people in your organization you had a drink with or coffee with, etc.? And if it's all the time members of your leadership team and you keep sitting in a little corner boardroom and discussing strategy, your organization is dead. So you have to honor rebels, skeptics, hang out with all kinds of people. Don't hang out with what my ex-boss used to call the 3 C's. You know what the 3 C's are? Chamchas, chelas, and cronies. Okay? The minute you do only chamchas, chelas, and cronies, you're getting this image of yourself which is way above. Sadly, many of our politicians, many of our business leaders fall into that trap. But hang out with people who will question, iconoclastic, arsonists, passionate doers, not negative people, don't get me wrong, the words are very strong, but still people who are going to question the status quo all the time. That's important. Build relationships, easier said than done. I mean, this whole concept of work-life balance seems to imply that work is a place where I'm getting killed and bored and God knows what, and I want time to hang out with my friends. I mean, I love going to work. I may be an anachronism and I'm too old for the current generation. But at the end of the day, if you don't love your work, what's the point in wasting even those 40 hours of your work week? Do something else. Yes, sir. Oh, sorry, I thought you were late. Okay. Networking, I mean, that's the same thing. Collaboration, networking. I'm just saying, be out there. And especially in this world where things are changing so fast, listening, active listening and working with people is important. Building relationships, I just mentioned that. Talent fanatics, I mean, today, not a week passes when I don't find somebody extremely bright in a conference or a business school and say, can you join us? In my own alma mater, NITI, which is now IIM Mumbai, I remember I went for a cultural event because the director invited me. So the compere was so good. I still remember her name, Shubham Garg. So at the end of it, I met Shubham and said, are you in second year or first year? She said, second year. I said, as soon as you finish, you come and join Zen, sir. I have a job for you. So I think she thought an old man making a pass at her or something like that, but nevertheless. So she must have gone and complained to the placement office. Okay, so next day I get a call from placement saying, sir, you can't make offers like this. There's a placement process. Okay, you have to write to us, then you have to interview 10 people, do a group discussion, if you want an entrance test. I said, I only want Shubham Garg. I thought she was fantastic. I need a communicator like Shubham Garg working for Zensar. I still then went through the process, wrote to them, interviewed 10 people and hired Shubham Garg. Okay. But the point I'm making is, for me, I can instinctively spot somebody who will do well with me. I cannot instinctively spot somebody who will not do well with me. So that's still my Achilles heel, because sometimes you get carried away by great communications and they don't actually work out, but that's okay. If I can get it right 7 out of 10 times, why not? So I'm saying a leader has to be a talent fanatic. You have to hunt down great talent anywhere in the world you find it, and you never know where you will find it. Okay? Look for inspired youth, which is the Shubham Garg example. I'm saying. Conversations, very important. I keep telling my friends in IIM Ahmedabad and Harvard Business School that the fundamental difference between an American MBA student and an Indian MBA student is, if you ask a question in a Harvard class of 180 people, 110 will go up. If you ask a class in India, everybody will wait for the other guy to ask the question. Same thing is happening here, by the way. Okay, it's our natural tendency to sit ideally at the end of a table so that you can do your WhatsApp when you get bored. No, so I hate to sit in the front row. Okay? It's and my wife keeps telling me, do not sit in the front row because somebody will be taking video and they'll see you on your phone. I said, okay. But that's our response. No? But if you're engaging, you can really get audience to participate. And I get that more in America than in India, but that's life. Okay. Creating blame-free cultures. We keep saying this. Okay. Last couple of slides, don't worry. Thriving on paradox. The business is all about paradox. India is going to be paradox. America is paradox. So any environment you're running, You can never predict what will happen 1 month down the line, which is what I said right in the beginning. But you also have to be consistent. I mean, my company is called 5F World, by the way, and that's my own company, not Honeywell, where I chair the board, etc. And 5F stands for my mantra for leadership: fast, focused, flexible, friendly, and fun. And I believe that even if you drop one of the F's, you're not the perfect leader. Because the flexible and focus might sound like a bit of a dilemma or a paradox, but you have to make all this happen. That's really what happens. Finally, a few suggestions I have for you if you want to be a great leader. Be a great learner. Never stop learning. I did my mechanical engineering, then sometime later did industrial engineering, then sometime later did my PhD in IIT Bombay, then sometime later did AMP in Harvard Business School. It's been a wonderful journey. You learn, practice. It's an ongoing process. And the reason I do so many talks and associations is because learning from audiences is also as important learning as anything else. Okay? Leaders have to be great storytellers, otherwise nobody listens to you anyway. Great performers, great CEOs. My best definition of CEO is a clairvoyant, which is somebody who can look into the future, an evangelist who is passionate for change, and an orator or a communicator. So if you're a good clairvoyant, evangelist, and orator, you can become a great leader. How do you become a great leader? I'm borrowing from Tom Peters' mantras. This is very important. Be aware of your impact on others. You're not sitting in a vacuum. People ask me, why do you still wear a suit and tie whenever you speak? I said, I like to do it. Okay? Now, even if somebody says, oh, the previous guy wore jeans and this guy is wearing a suit, he must be really old-fashioned. It's okay. Okay, at least you're being different, right? So, have a coach, very important. Okay, I've never had a coach in my life, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't. But have somebody who can tell you, hey, you should do this. Like my wife is my biggest coach, saying, don't sit in the front row and look at your phone. Okay, so these kind of things are important. Somebody who will not say, boss, you're great all the time, but be willing to correct you, even these little nuances that you have. Okay. And of course, very important, if you have to help, if you think you're now God's gift to mankind and you will help your team to be successful, are you successful yourself? Okay, is there some way to go in that 20%? Do you know what that 20% gap in your own capability is? So these are important aspects of leadership. Do stuff that matters. I mentioned Steve Jobs. Don't waste your time on the trivia. If you have an insanely great idea like Jobs had, just go out and make it happen. Okay, Americans are much more direct. Indians, we tend to kind of look for consensus. I mean, there are some great, like Dhirubhai Ambani, for instance. Whether you like him or hate him, the fact of the matter is he changed the way business is done in India. Mahatma Gandhi, without a question, in terms of non-violence and so many others. This is the Tom Peters must-do for leaders. Okay, plan for succession, mentor people. Perform, lead, install confidence. Prune the mass of clutter. I mean, do the important stuff. I think I can say this 10 times and I would not tire of saying it, because I see so many people wasting their time in trivia, and you cannot be a leader if you don't know what is important for your business or for your life. Make sure you have fun. The last 2 F's. Okay, don't be so focused that all you do is work 90 hours a week. I mean, that doesn't help you at all. Okay, and love your job. The point I was making: love your job, love your people. If you're not working with people whom you love, you'll never be happy. Then there's always something that's going to be bothering you. And the very last lesson, okay, and I will stop here, is you should know when to leave. So thank you very much. It's been nice talking to you. Okay. I think I have 3 minutes more, so if anybody has a question, feel free. Sir, please. $183. No, I see there are 2 types of leaders, and it's actually very good. He's saying, doesn't the leader have to perform all the time? It'll be good to be a performing leader. I think I'm a performing leader. But it doesn't mean, for instance, the gentleman who took over from me when I left Aptech in 2001, Pramod Khera, very good guy. IIT, IIM, the classical. But he was completely different in personality to me. The company still did well. So there is no one definition of leaders. Okay, even today people will say, boss, you were such a great leader. That's because I was a performer, not necessarily because I was a great leader. So sometimes people confuse the performer with the great leader. Okay, I still don't know why people see Shah Rukh Khan movies, but I'm sure all the girls will just say, what are you saying? He's such a great guy, So who are we to comment? Okay. So I'm just saying that different strokes for different folks, different leadership styles. So long as it gets you the outcome, sir, leave it. Okay. If Kapil Dev was great, fantastic. I also think that Saurabh Ganguly was a good leader, although he used to score once in 4 innings. But he still got lots of results. Okay. And the jury is out on who will be our next captain. Let's see where it is. Any other questions? Oh, sorry. Oh, Baba, that's a big question. My goodness. Samrat, what is your key question? Okay, it's a very, very complex set of questions. It's almost like the treatise on leadership. But he said, how do you foster startups? How do you have... See, all these are important because, again, one of my favorite leaders is Sanjeev Bajaj of Bajaj FinServ. I mean, I was actually his digital advisor for a year. And just to give you an example, okay, we all talk about getting startups and young companies into large companies. Bajaj FinServ, to my mind, is the single most successful NBFC in the country. I mean, they can't, I'm just exaggerating. But if you look at the way they foster startups, for instance, I mean, we had created a little incubator, and I remember we put out a huge worldwide call for people who can do startups, who can contribute to our mission. And we got applications from Tel Aviv and London and Boston and Bangalore and everywhere else. And you know what we did? We got onto a plane that is 3 CEOs of the Bajaj FinServ group, Sanjeev Bajaj, me, and an advisor called Nanu Pamnani. For 10 days, we went on Sanjeev Bajaj's private plane to all these locations. And I think we got KPMG and TCS to organize the top 10. And we interviewed some 60 startups. This is not delegated to the Chief Innovation Officer, done by the board of directors of Bajaj FinServ. That's your commitment to making it happen. Out of that, 4 startups did great work for Bajaj Auto after that. So startups are important. Academic institutions, I was just telling in the little interview I did outside, a lot of us, especially, all these evolved CEOs that we are, we say, oh, academic institutions are useless. They don't teach the kids. They're not teaching Oracle 13.7. They're teaching Oracle 11.0. I am saying the problem is with the corporate boss, not the academic institution. Academic institutions are not skills development agencies. I mean, if you're running a good university, please teach software engineering. Don't teach Oracle 11.7 or Microsoft 8.0, because that will keep changing. But what we call learning agility, how do you as a company work with an academic institution and help them to create a better caliber of learners within their institutions? I think that's more important than, can I take somebody and put them on the job tomorrow morning? Okay, which is why skills learning is a responsibility of the corporate, but core competencies, core skills, not skills, the core education has to be done by the academic institutions. And I think oh my God, the questions changed. Thank you. Okay. This is something I've answered, Kavita, that leveraging technology and innovation to drive, this is not how, but an imperative. Okay. If you don't do that, as I said earlier, you'll be a dinosaur. So innovation, new technology, learn to embrace it. Do not be afraid of it. Okay. Don't look at AI and think, oh my God, this is artificial super intelligence. It will become super intelligent only if you make it super intelligent. But if you retain that edge in terms of intelligence, I don't think you'll ever have to fear about technology. The last one of Samrat. How do you keep pace? You're saying keep pace is important. That's why I keep learning. There's no way, Harari says in Homo Deus, that every 15 years, assuming you will be completely obsolete. So if you have learned nothing in the last 15 years, sorry, the world has no place for you. Now, in a career of, let's say, 45 years, you have to reinvent yourself 3 times at least, maybe more in the future. So unless you have that willingness to do it, learn all the time, you're not going to be successful. So I think that's the main thing. You tell me when to stop. Huh? No, they're 2 separate islands, but Rajiv is a close personal friend of mine. Sanjeev is who I worked for in Bajaj FinServ. So both are very completely different. Yeah. Actually, and both are very successful companies. Bajaj Auto, Bajaj FinServ are both icons. So that's why I said exactly the answer to his question. There's no single prescribed style of leadership. What works for you, what your team gets used to, and what your team doesn't get too used to. Because if your team gets too used to your style, they'll predict what you'll say. So you've got to be flexible in your own methods all the time also. So it's an art that you develop in leadership over a period of time. Okay, thank you very much. Before she throws me out, thank you.
You have to get a shawl also.
Yes. You have to get get felicitated. Thank you very much, sir. I request Mr. Shravan Mandap to facilitate our speaker, Mr. Ganesh Natarajan. Thank you very much, sir, for the valuable insights you have given to us. So we all can move for the tea break and then come back for the 15 minutes only. And then we'll have the last session on technology in healthcare by Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, Promoter Director, Apollo Hospitals. After the last session is done, you all can scan the last code, and once you give your feedback, your e-certificates will be available. All of you can please have your e-certificates. If any problem in downloading or if anything is there, we are here to help you anytime. Thank you. It's not before 4:30. It's only after the tea break. And one more session. We have one more session and then the valedictory function. and was the former president of the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Additionally, she is the chairperson of the BRICS Women's Business Alliance India. As a founding team member of Apollo Hospital, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy has been a driving force behind numerous groundbreaking initiatives and has been frequently determined to revolutionize the healthcare system by utilizing cutting-edge technology, thus enabling universal access to healthcare. A firm believer in the potential of leveraging technology in a holistic manner, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy is focused on setting benchmarks in futuristic healthcare projects enabling IoT, AI, data analytics, drone technology, and blockchain. A driving force behind the adoption of innovation and foundational technology building blocks like PHR, the telemedicine platforms which have successfully evolved into Apollo 24/7, a patient-centric digital healthcare platform. Dr. Sangeeta Reddy's exceptional contributions to business and leadership have garnered her numerous accolades. In recognition of her achievements, she has been honored with the Indian of the Year 2024 in the business by CNN News 18. I welcome ma'am to please brief us with the session. I hope all of you give a very big round of applause for Madam Sangeeta Reddy.
Good evening, Namaste. It's a pleasure to be amongst you today, and let me first congratulate the HMA for your, is this good? Yes. Yeah. Okay, let me first congratulate HMA for your continued enthusiasm, for keeping the spirit of continuous learning, for connecting, and for appreciating the fact that the only constant is really change, and therefore you need to keep moving. I see, I do need to acknowledge Mr. Chandrasekhar and others in your management committee who, were kind enough to come and invite me for this program. I also see many friends in the audience, and it's a pleasure to see you all. I didn't really have much of a brief on what you want to hear about. So I was told technology in healthcare, but my feeling is it's a bit too narrow to really do, a program like this. And therefore, I'm going to give a brief overview of a few thoughts and then actually, let the session go open to Q&A because that's always more fun and more interactive. So with this, let me just begin by saying that the criticality of the situation we're in right now, I think it's a once in a, not just a lifetime, but once in a many lifetimes situation that India is in right now. On one side, we've all grown up hearing of India's potential. It seems the moment when this potential can really come to bear. We look at the global situation, and for the last 3 to 4 years, it's been interesting that India has been the brightest spot in the global economy with growth rates over 6%. GDP, when many of the world leaders were struggling at 3 and 4% GDP growth, and China began to slow down for the first time. So the post-COVID scenario really changed the geopolitical environment and gave India an opportunity to shine. Again, on the home stage, we saw not just stability, but I think some significant continuity of leadership. At the time when the BJP party was voted back, all of us know that that year, the year 2024, 23, 24, 25, had about 17 major global elections. And 80% of them moved anti-incumbency. So the fact that India managed a continuity with the same party is something which speaks volumes for the fact that we are on a certain path. It's for us to embrace this path and accelerate this path. I'm not going into various details like PLI, etc., but I do want to say a few things in terms of global opportunity and how we're seeing things. So first, of course, the fact is that our exports business is definitely a very low percentage compared to our potential, number one, and a critical factor for us to grow. But the other interesting aspect is that 70% of our exports is in services. And therefore, the need to continue to grow the manufacturing sector, and I believe many of you will be from the manufacturing sector, I think that's a significant aspect that we have to continue to look at. Talking of this services sector and manufacturing, there's one universal theme running across the whole world. And I don't need to really tell you, no prizes for guessing. What is that universal theme? Absolutely, it's AI. It's a quiet murmur over here, but I know it's a very, very loud shout out across the world. That whether you're in manufacturing, I was approached by a large manufacturer of CT scans and MRIs, and it's very important for us to bring them to India. Their factory is completely robotics, completely AI enabled. Their manufacturing cost is 40% lower than the European competitors that we're currently buying in India. And more importantly, their design element, they're already designing 3 models ahead right now. And this is by deep use of AI. Yesterday, I was on the Economic Times digital award session. And just hearing the kind of things which are happening, a fantastic small startup using some government support called Bhashini can convert any Indian language into English using a concept where they don't move that language to English back into another Indian language, but go, native language to native so that there's no loss in the communication. They're currently doing 1.5 crore Aadhaar cards, where an individual can pick up the phone, give their details in their local language, and this gets printed and processed in the normal methodology. So there's so many transformational things happening. I think, Accenture had a fantastic presentation. L&T leadership, you see in one screen, he has 27 divisions from manufacturing to, projects across the globe, to supply chain, to projects going on. Single screen, every single morning, CEO can go into any level of detail. And the process or the journey which many companies are going on is first, of course, the base digitalization. So you move from paper into digital. From digital is the next step of deep analytics. So whether you're using BI tools, you're building your own analytics, that's one big step which is happening. And then from there is the aspect of putting AI across all of them, and therefore you repeat the cycle. So operations are getting revisited, process are getting revisited, jobs are getting revisited, relearned, re-examined. And so it's a time of tremendous change and potentially major transformative steps. So it's a critical time for us to rethink and relearn some of these rules. Another name, which I think no prizes for guessing, but I'll jump straight into it, is, who really shook the world with a simple thing that they caught up with ChatGPT in 1/100th of the cost. The DeepSeek. And what did they do? Stocks came tumbling down, the world relooked at things. Now, how much of that is going to be examined? So the risk of what we're doing, the risk of being disrupted, the risk of governance, the risk of managing environments. You look at the whole Hindenburg, Adani situation. So I think it's such a flux, such an important time that all of us are living in. And yet I sometimes wonder if we're caught up in our, our own KRAs, our own annual operating plans, our own processes. Do we have enough time as management to think for the next 3 to 5 years? And therefore redesign, re-engage, reprocess? Or are all of us running some significant risks of being disrupted? Now, all of you may think she's in healthcare, what can be disrupted? So, for a while, I think that's thankful, but the delivery models are clearly, so I will give a quick this thing on healthcare itself because I think it is the world's largest, I don't want to say industry, but it is the world's largest sector. It's a sector that hasn't been fully appreciated because of the vagaries of different structuring. So the NHS came in with, it's the government's responsibility. America went with, primarily private driven on the face of it, but is actually funding most of healthcare through their Medicare, Medicaid, and the subsidized programs, and about 16% of their GDP goes into healthcare. We look at India spending overall about 4.5% of GDP, but government spending is still under 2%. That means the out-of-pocket expenditure is still approximately 2% of GDP on healthcare. But unfortunately, I'm giving you 3 very extreme examples, and I don't think anybody is happy with the healthcare system. Neither the UK, where the waiting lists are long, nor the US, where the denial rates are high, nor India, where so many people are denied care or not getting access. And therefore, we're again here at a transition point. In this journey that we're on, or the transition point, the journey is, of course, number one, we clearly need more beds, we need more doctors, we need more nurses. But more importantly, if we're thinking in this disruptive mode, we need a paradigm shift in thought process about healthcare. I'm coming actually directly from Vikarabad, where I spent 3 days at a wellness spa. So naturally, my mind is kind of influenced by that thought process. But more importantly, this is a thought process that our chairman, Dr. Reddy, many of you know that he began Apollo because he lost a young man before this person had enough time to raise money and get a visa to go to America for heart surgery. This was in 1980. In 1983, we opened our first hospital. From 1983 to 2024, we are today 73 hospitals, 12,000 beds, 6,500 pharmacies, 350 clinics. But the one thing, thank you, appreciate that. It's a large team, I don't take credit for this one. But I think the important thing, of course, the most important thing is the trust of the Indian people who continue to come back and, give us their family members, their loved ones, and say, make them better. But I think the one thing which we're seeing in this continuous growth of, the incidence of cancer is growing at an alarming rate. 1 in 7 women will have breast cancer. We cannot even believe it, but it's true. Indian women, cervical cancer is the largest cause of death by cancer in Indian women, despite the fact that Western women do not die of cervical cancer. And this is simply because of screening and preventive care. So I think the biggest thing that we need to do is actually 2 axes. Number one is continue to push on advancements in care. Can we change cancer therapy because we've learned about immunotherapy? I say that healthcare is being completely redefined by 3 Bs, 3 very important Bs. B is bytes. And bytes is really the computational capacity, because by Moore's law, as computational capacity kept doubling and the cost of this computation came down, these got applied into diagnostic tools in healthcare. So our CT scans went from 64 slice to 120 slice to 640 slice, and we began to see more. Our PET CT got embedded on top, and therefore we did nuclear analytics on top of imaging and gave more. We did processing that you can look at a biomarker and pick up a biomarker of the early signs of cancer. And then the third wonderful piece, especially in a country like India, the third B was bandwidth. Because anywhere in our country now, you pick up your phone and you can teleconsult with a doctor. When 80% of our doctors are living in cities and 70% of our population is living in rural India, telemedicine is one of the biggest answers. So as biology, bytes, and bandwidth transform healthcare, the most important thing we have to look as we're finding new cures is how do we focus on prevention and early detection. And therefore, as a management association, I would request all of you to please begin to study the health of your community, the health of your employees. Have they done their health checkups? Do they understand what are the precursors of heart disease? There's a large pharmaceutical company in Hyderabad who's 16 years ago, they lost a young scientist. And after his death, they began to do a very committed program. So every year, completely does a health checkup. We present to them what is called their portfolio of health. So 6% are obese, 22% have hypertension, 17% had diabetes last year, but it's become 27%. These are the kind of statistics which then help you to think through what is lifestyle modification? Can I introduce millets in my food canteen? Can I have stand-up meetings? Can I figure out how I give free yoga to everybody at 6 in the morning online? There are 100 health interventions that we can do. So human resources and management teams need to start thinking about not just the intellectual capacity of their employees or the productivity output of their teams, but really the health of their employees. What can we do to prevent back problems, which is leading to DALI? What can we do to prevent brain fog in 55-year-olds? There are various aspects of this. And therefore, I did want to, kind of take a moment to say that on one axis, we're doing advanced care. The first proton machine brought to the country, which has become magical for cancer care, came in through Apollo. But in equal strength, we are focusing on early detection and prevention. In that, Chairman declared about 3 years ago that while we continue to do the highest end treatment, intensive care, ECMOs, Impalas, heart assist device, transplants, I want us to spend an equal amount of energy on preventive healthcare. I'm happy to say that last calendar year, 2024, we did 2 million health checkups. And we re-engineered our health checkup program. So first we start with an AI structured lifestyle health risk assessment, which we actually developed in partnership with Microsoft. And the AI CVD, the cardiovascular risk portion of it, is actually at the back end of the Singapore government's population health and AI. So lots of AI modules into it. From there, we auto-generate a customized set of lists. Many people think health checkup is choose a package, 1, 2, 3. Those days are gone. Everything is personalized medicine. So it's personal, it's preventive, and it's proactive healthcare. Those are the 3 Ps. So I moved from the 3 Bs to the 3 Ps. So after you've done that list of tests, then you get your testing done. And here's the best part. The doctor no longer gives you a prescription, like take these 3 medicines, do this, come for review in 3 months. All of you have heard that bit. He gives you what we call the path to wellness, which has medication, but also has lifestyle modification. And this is then handed over to a health mentor. This is then put into a mobile app so that you can review, and that health mentor can talk to you, you can ask questions. And this is because we had an aha moment that all the things that, or most of the things that our generation and people are suffering from are what are called non-communicable disease. Cardiac ailments, cancer, neurological ailments, stroke. Now it's also obesity, lack of sleep. All these are lifestyle-related disorders. And nobody changes their lifestyle after spending 15 minutes in a doctor's office. It's a slow, continuous process. It needs nudging. Whether it's your wife who's nudging you or your health mentor who's nudging you, somebody needs to do that nudging to create this behavior modification. But I want to end this aspect of what I'm talking by giving you just 3 very, very important data points. Mark Hyman, who's one of the most proactive general physicians in the world, I think, said something very similar to what our chairman said a long time ago, but I'm quoting Mark. He said the heart attack that somebody has in their 60s began in their 30s. So when you're 30 years old is when your arteries begin to start clogging, when your physiology starts changing. So let nobody think they're too young to start taking care of their health. So the heart attack that you have in your 60s began in your 30s. The Alzheimer's that people have in their 70s began in their 40s. And the disability, the inability to walk, to need a crutch, to this thing, that lack of strength and disability which you're seeing in your 80s actually begins in your 50s. By bad gait, bad posture, lack, and most importantly, sarcopenia. How many people in this audience are above 50? How many of you have heard of sarcopenia? A few. So basically, sarcopenia is your muscle wasting. Post 50, the muscles automatically, even the guy who's 30 years old, even if he doesn't exercise, is going to have strong muscles. But post 50, the muscles start automatically degenerating. The simple thing to do for that is begin to lift weights and maintain muscle tone. And muscle tone protects the bones. And the bones and the muscle tone protect your ability to walk and stay mobile and not need help. So for those youngsters in the audience who are thinking they're really nice by, helping their grandmother into the car or helping their mother, carry a bag, my request to you is please stand with them for 15 minutes and help them do some muscle strengthening exercise. Help them do some flexibility exercise. That is the lifestyle change that we need. That's the mindset change that we need. Last point, mindset. I began by talking about, in the US, corporations and individuals pay for their healthcare. The NHS, the government pays for healthcare in UK. In India, it's a very mixed environment. So whose responsibility is healthcare? So that's absolutely correct in that it is every individual's. But I'm beginning to think now that it is beyond the individual, because even if you're living a really healthy life, and if you live in Delhi in that population, and if you get lung cancer, it's not your fault. So I'm beginning to seriously think that healthcare now is the responsibility of the doctors to make sure they tell you the right thing. It's about the hospitals to give you an ecosystem to stay healthy and an environment to do so right. It is definitely the individual to make themselves aware and knowledgeable and stay healthy as far as possible, and to move at the right time. Early detection. Are women doing breast self-examination? Do you know the symptoms of a stroke, and therefore can you rush somebody early enough in that golden hour so that we can do clot buster therapy and not have someone lose a hand or a leg? Multiple things. Stay aware, understand what to do. But after the doctor, the hospital, the individual, it's also the corporation. Because corporates, you're paying for healthcare. You're covering the insurance costs. You're covering your employees' costs, and you're suffering your employees' disability. So corporates are also responsible, and I believe governments are also responsible. Are we doing enough food labeling? Are we ensuring that carcinogenic food dyes are not in food that you eat every single day? And even children are eating tandoori chicken, which has that red color, which will lead to cancer. So there are 100 things like this. My only request is let us raise the awareness level about the importance of a collective approach to preventive healthcare. With that, I will stop and throw, the session open to the audience for any questions. I'll be very happy to answer. Other LLM, and then validated this with European University and created an early warning symptom for sepsis. So if you are admitted in one of our ICUs, our doctors have the benefit of the back end. We will pick up sepsis using the benefit of the AI. We are doing work across AI in operations. We're doing work across AI in partnering. So there's a large medical device company. And I love this one where we're embedding AI into the ultrasound probe, because in India, one of the big problems we have is non-alcoholic fatty liver, and therefore leading to, needing liver transplants, etc. This is often missed in the ultrasound because the technician is not trained enough to pick that up. So we're embedding those images and the image capture into the ultrasound Doppler probe so that you don't miss that diagnosis. We're working on a clinical intelligence engine, which is actually the master of all the algorithms. So we have, renal failure, pick-up symptoms, etc. The clinical intelligence engine is now sitting embedded in our electronic health record. And 86% of all outpatient procedures, we are able to diagnose with a 93% accuracy. So we're feeding our data into this. This is not a solo product. This is a recommendatory engine which is sitting next to the screen of the electronic health record. So our doctors see it. They have the option to use it. Every time they don't agree with this diagnosis, they get a separate ping saying, why did you disagree? Or why did you not do this? So it's work in progress, but I think the team has done some pretty amazing stuff. We have tie-ups. We're working with MIT on a breast cancer detection program. We worked with Google and now have a proprietary algorithm on the early detection of TB just from a chest X-ray. We've donated that one to 20 government hospitals in Telangana, which are getting picked up, and we're going to do the same with the central government on World Health Day. So lots of work happening in AI. And, I believe there's a lot more that we can do, but it's exciting times. Oh, sorry. Wow. Okay. So as the cost of healthcare goes up, despite advances in tech, how can we make healthcare accessible and affordable in India? Parishit Reddy. So multiple things, Andy. First, I think one of the most important is when you think of healthcare, please think of healthcare being available, first of all. Then you think of affordable, and then you think of accessible. So it's all three. And access is geographic access. If you have a fantastic hospital in Hyderabad, but you don't have cardiac ICU in Vikarabad, this hospital is of no use to the man having a heart attack in the outskirts of a village in Vikarabad. So it is important to think of all three. So one is availability, two is the man part or the women power. Healthcare employs the most women, but the people to be able to do it. And then is how can you afford it? The single methodology for us to be able to afford healthcare is health insurance. Only 5% of the population needs high-end care, liver transplant, major cardiac, brain surgery, cancer. When 100% of the population pay 5,000 to 10,000 rupees a year for health insurance, then the 5 is place number one. But it is insurance, accessibility, and then the affordability comes because of the insurance. I want to share this thing with you, and why I love this question and this thing is that for 40 years, we used to see people who sold their wife's jewelry, pawned their land to come and get healthcare. And while you feel you feel proud of the results that you've created, open heart surgery, 99.3% success rate. But when they're going home with a family member, but they don't have, the house left or they don't have the land left, it's not a very good feeling. And so first we started in the year 2000 in my father's village in Aragonda. We had put up a hospital. So actually when Dad went there, few of the Uru Peddalu, as you call them, they said, you've done some great things, but mana gramam korak meer em chesharu. So at that time, he then said, okay, we're putting a hospital. So we had a little brain tank, a think tank, and came back and told him, we'll do the hospital, but we must create affordability. You can't sustain a free hospital. We gave 750 people in that village a passport to health and told them for 1 rupee a day, please buy this passport to health. For the cost of your BD or your coffee, please buy this passport to health. And actually most of them, I think it was only 17 people who did not buy, which the foundation gave them free, so the whole village was covered. Using that concept, We then took this, and actually, I don't know how many of you remember, but there was a scheme called Arogya Bhadrata for the AP, Combined State Police Force. So we used that concept and did Arogya Bhadrata for 2.5 lakh Andhra police. We used that data of utilization and did 7 lakhs of the Yashashwini milk farmers in Karnataka. We ran that scheme for 9 years. From that data, we came back, and actually, Chandrababu Naidu Garu was CM at that time. We told him in February, this is what we're doing, this is fantastic. You're forward on Ugadi Day, I'm going to announce this. For some reason, the team, secretary, whatever it is, he could not do it. They went for elections in May, June. He lost. Rajshekar Reddy came into power, which was the foundation of Rajiv Arogyashree next, and then went on to Ayushman Bharat. This is the history of insurance in India. And it is very important for us to push forward even more. And then, keep moving the parameter, add outpatient insurance, do more things like that, because everyone deserves good healthcare, everyone deserves the access. We have to control the misuse, the false claims, all those we have to do that, but now with AI we can do it even smarter. But so I just want to say, sorry, I'm still at question number 1. So basically, in a simple term, it's prevention, reduce the burden of disease, it's insurance, enable access, and it's put money into healthcare infrastructure so that we have enough hospitals and clinics. And finally, it's in research because we need to find new cures. Nowadays, getting a PS5, cigarette, alcohol, inventing things in minutes, why can't we do the same for medicine? Cockroachpreneur. Sir, please download Apollo 24/7. You will get a doctor's consult in under 15 minutes. You can order medicines who can reach you in under 19 minutes, only in cities, of course. We're working on rural area. Your phlebotomist will come home. You can get a lab test. Within 6 to 24 hours, your reports will be on your phone. And then you can do another repeat consult. Nowhere in the world is this happening. So please, let us celebrate. And this is not just Apollo. Pharmacy is doing it. Tata 1mg is doing it. Other guys are doing it. Actually, Indian healthcare in some areas, and if you can afford it, is amazing. So only somehow we all got into this habit of thinking that we have bad healthcare. But the fact is that people from 140 countries come to India for healthcare because we have high quality at 1/10 of global prices. Medical value travel. You heard Nirmala Sitharaman in her budget, Heal in India. Heal in India is based on this power. Our chairman met Prime Minister. They discussed this for 2 hours. He spoke to him about medical value travel. He said, Sab kuch acha hai, Dr. Reddy, ab medical value travel mat bolo. Let us say heal in India. He gave those words 2 years ago. And finally, it's becoming close to a government program. We need e-visas, we need standardization, we need to control the touts who are meeting patients at the airport and taking them, all the things that happen in our wonderful India. But still, it's happening, where people are respecting. And in 2 weeks from now, we have a conference in Delhi. 9 health ministers of different countries are attending that conference. Because, February 21st and 22nd, it's International Patient Safety and Transforming Healthcare with Technology. Under the umbrella of the program is called International Dialogues. We have over 7,000 delegates. It's going to be, if you can join, please do come. Okay, how can healthcare leaders strategically influence government policy? We keep trying. What are your thoughts, and why a country like India is lacking to implement patient care management such as EMI and EHR? It's actually happening, small but happening. A lot more to be done, but on March 17th, we go paperless in our first hospital. Our OPD is already completely paperless. Others have actually done it also. I think Mata Amritamai has a beautiful American system. They could afford it. We've built a homegrown system. So this move is happening. How safe is robotic surgery, any AI being used in machines? So robotic surgery in the right hands is tremendously safe. Please remember the robot is not operating. It's the doctor who's operating using a robotic arm. It is the robotic arm which is enabling deeper access, smaller incisions, faster recovery, less blood loss. It is an amazing area. They're adding AI into it, but there's a journey to go before that. And for now, I would not propagate that it's just a robot trying to do surgery. It's the robotic arm and the doctor behind it. How do women take care of not getting cancer? Okay, beautiful question, Nilima, but there's a lot to be done. It's about food, it's about lifestyle, it's about testing, it's about early detection. The incidence is so high that some people will get cancer. The trick is not to be scared of getting cancer, only be scared of not finding it early. So those checkups are very, very important, even if it's self-examination, small this thing. So create a protocol. By the time you're 40 years old, first mammogram has to happen. Cervical cancer screening every 2 years at the minimum, or at the first sign of any ailment. I can send a protocol. It's a long story. I don't want to this thing now, but we can send a protocol of all screening to HMA. You can circulate it among your people. It doesn't have to have our name on it. It's just good public information and a checklist that everybody can start using. Last question. How can emerging healthcare technologies such as AI and wearable devices improve patient outcomes while addressing ethical and privacy concerns? Okay, interesting, slightly complex. Let me take the first part first. I think IOMT is transforming care at many levels. We are handling 370 ICU name. It is used inappropriately to hold back some good scientific. So if you're following a good process, I don't think it's a problem. Okay, I think we've come to the end of this thing, the question answer session. And that is that management is actually not new to human beings and definitely not new to India. We've had some of the greatest management thoughts and management gurus come out of our ancient books. I think the aspect of how are we staying abreast while using some of those is possibly one of the most critical aspects. And the fact is that the world as we know it is going to change. It is, 5 years ago, nobody would have thought driverless cars are going to be allowed. But it's already happening in some states. Nobody would have imagined, that some people you don't have to go to a training institute, you can learn everything online. Certifications are going to change. Manufacturing process and 3D printing, every single area you pick up, there's major disruption. All they want is this thought process that I am liberating myself to another place. It is those concepts of liberation, seeking, karma, destiny, which held our country without anarchy, despite the significant socioeconomic differences. But some of these are reducing now. And therefore, youth have wide exposure and they're questioning these things. And they want these things and they want more. And it's in that environment of this flux of the sociological situation that it's very important for us to enable economic prosperity. Because a lack of jobs and economic prosperity can lead to anarchy when you don't have a strong, religious or social kind of binding. And as that is slightly eroding, it's important for us to push up the economic. And therefore, I'm actually ending by putting some responsibility on HMA and all management leaders and associations that we must find a way to take India's growth rate, not 6.7, we need 8% for 3 to 5 years. And that will be the breakout. So may I please end by giving all of you this responsibility as one among you. So we will work as hard as we can, and all of you please do this because we need it for the country. We need to be able to give jobs to our youth. We need to be able to provide an economic basic so that our country does not move into anarchy, and then we'll be able to protect the spiritual, the cultural, the beautiful things about the country, the diversity. So wishing you all good luck and a very, very, wonderful 2025. Namaste and thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I hope we have been really having very good thoughts today. We'll be going to take home very knowledgeable insights. I would like to request Dr. Renuka Sagar ma'am and Vandana ma'am to felicitate Dr. Sangeeta Reddy. Please come on to the dais. While the felicitation goes on, I hope that all of you, most of you have started scanning your last code, that is 7 of session 7. We have witnessed that more than 8 participants have already downloaded their e-certificates. If you are facing any problem, we are here to help you out. You can reach us anytime.
Thanks, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy garu. I almost came to the end of the session, but I would like to, please bear with us for another 5-10 minutes. In fact, when we started the whole event conceived the whole event about 2 months back, it is one of the delegates who have really supported us. And secondly, when we approached some of the corporates for financial assistance or sponsorship, they have also given whatever the extent possible we could make it today. It is our primary responsibility if we don't really reciprocate and just requesting the representatives and managers who are here representing their company, we would like to facilitate them by giving a small memento and shawl. I'll read out, sir. Natco Pharma, Mr. Rajesh, if I am correct. Okay. Sir, may I request our past presidents to please, bear with us for more time and accept our request. May I request Shivakumar garu, who is one of the best company, Natco Pharma, to facilitate, bring. He is the executive vice president, came from Natco. They have given us sponsorship. Anybody from Bambino? Bambino. CCL Products? No. Seedworks? Seedworks. Request Seedworks representative to come and take it. Seedworks. IMT, Dr. Harsha Reddy garu. He is one of our core committee member, HMA advisor, and he supports all the activities of HMA. Thanks, Shivakumar garu, for your time. May I request Shyam Mohan garu. Equitas, Vasudevan garu. Vishwani, Vasudevan garu, please come to the dais. Sir, Vasudevan garu is our management committee member of HMA. Syndic, our Maroju, where is Maroju? Maroju Subha, Sharat Garu Maroju, please come. He is one of the core committee members and joint secretary of HMA. Sharath Garu. Next, anybody from, of course, Voltex? Rishi College, there is a representative from Rishi College. Rishi College. Kansara Garu. Okay, one second. Rishi College. Rishi College. Please go ahead, sir. In fact, we always ask the colleges to nominate faculty and students, and there are 5 faculty from Rishi College, including their principal, Mr. Kameshwar Rao, Dr. Kameshwar Rao. Thank you. Thank you, Shyamohan Garu. Power Mech. Who is representing Power Mech? No one else except our Rajesh Shekhar, who is the core committee member and advisor of HMA. He is taking on behalf of Power Mech. Ramesh Vemgante Varu. I request Seven Mandap Garu to felicitate E-Ride Company, one of the sponsors. He is the secretary and core committee member. So anybody from Bambino, CCL Products, Vamshiram, Vishweshwani, Suha Gifts, Voltex. Soha Gifts. Voltex? Okay. Comes the Voltex. Voltex. Sir, any of the sponsors have not been called? Okay. Yeah, virtuality. Okay. Please come, sir. This is the last one. I thank once again all the sponsors, and we expect them to wish them to continue to sponsor for the future events. What's that? Suha. Jain Garu, Siddharth Jain. Siddharth Jain. Sir, he himself made the mementos. Maybe he has seen what is inside of the whole thing. He doesn't want to come and take it, maybe. Siddharth Jain. No? Thanks. So, before I request Secretary to vote of thanks, propose vote of thanks, I request all my core committee members and MC members, along with MC members, come onto the stage. Core committee members and MC members. The core committee means we have worked for the last 2 months relentlessly. Shyam Mangar is also one of the core committee members, sir.
PR Sutra ఒకటి ఇంకా సుమన్ వాళ్ళది కాలేజ్
ఎవరు
PR Sutra సుమన్ వాళ్ళది కాలేజ్ సుమన్ వాళ్ళ కాలేజ్
కాలేజ్ 50 people have downloaded the certificates.
సార్ ఉండాలి సార్ కాలేజ్ ఎవరండి
సార్ 150 మంది సర్టిఫికేట్ డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకున్నారు.
I think 150 participants have already downloaded the certificates on real-time basis. We are also using AI now everywhere. Okay, sir.
Vasugaru, please.
Vasudevan. Core committee, sorry, part of the core committee. Please come. Dr. Suman Garu from Warangal. Krishna dear.
Vijay.
Office staff also, please. Office staff. Run. No time, fast. 1 second.
You are a backbone.
Kalyani Monica, these two. Another 2 girls from the interns.
Vishwa, where is Vishwa? Run,
Oh,
run.
sorry.
Start. Thank
you. Dear leaders, dear academicians, students, on behalf of HMA, I would like to give vote of thanks. And in fact, it is said in a movie also, or it is written in book also, that if you conspire something good, the entire cosmos will support you. In Hindi movie, it is said, "Sache dil se maange to sari kainat aapko madad karegi." You know, something like that is started. This conclave happened because of the perseverance of our president. The thought started, and then he pushed everyone.
This is my vision.
Since 3 years, he was talking about this kind of conclave, and finally today we had. And in fact, we had a galaxy of icons of the industry who shared their thoughts. And as we see that, you know, as human race is progressing, as the technology is evolving, we all need to embrace the technology so that it will help the mankind and the society at large. That is the message what we got. AI, particularly everybody spoke about AI, that is going to touch everyone's life. And in fact, we have seen earlier changes. In fact, I've seen the Y2K also. When Y2K came, people said that no, world is going to change, analog to digital. We brought the products which will improve or enhance the productivity of the people at the office, take HMA forward. And we were splashing their names since morning. It was a lengthy list. If you want, I can read the list.
Yeah, so just call them for this one and give them the...
Yeah. Just so as a gratitude, we are taking their names. Natco Pharma, Banvino, CCL Products, Seedworks, Equitas, Vamshiram, and Vishweshwani College, Syndic. Suha Gifts is a partner for us, gifting, and IMT College. Sri Ashagar has guided for this entire conclave, and Virtuality, Sirish, PowerMac, Rashekar Gar. In fact, we had this thought process where we were able to align with the speakers. In fact, 2 of these working company members are here, not here, sorry. Suresh Kochatil Garu and Somshekar Mulgu Garu, who have supported us like anything, and they were the driving force behind us for taking this to such an event where we used to have a discussion late at midnight or so at 1 o'clock. And Vishwa is a designer. Where is Vishwa? Yeah, we used to bother this guy till 1:30, 2 o'clock early in the morning, and he has done an excellent job. And a special thanks to Vishwa. And once again, I thank all the academicians and students. Sorry for students, we kept cap of only 50. Next time we'll have one session exclusive for academia session, which our president will announce. And then once again, thank everybody and our office staff also, Monica and Kalyani. Thank you all. Thank you once again. And media Mitrulu, Unnara. Media Mitrulu kuda dhanyavadalu. Alage Abhishek is our event manager. And particularly Srikar Reddy is not here. He is our PR partner. PR Sutra is a PR partner for now for HMA. Thank you once again. On behalf of HMA, I would like to thank each and everyone. And now let us...
Anyhow, we are going to have a success meet shortly. Like when you release a movie, you wait for some time and see the product. We'll have a success meet. Again, subject to registration fee and sponsorship. Okay.
Yeah.
We will start for this one. May I request all of you to get up? This is the end of the day.
At count of 3, we'll start the national anthem. 1, 2, 3.
जनगणमनाधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंज हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हिंद. Thanks sir once again. I mean namaskar to everybody. Go back safely. Thanks for coming, and we wish we'll continue to have this kind of seminars and conventions in future also. Thanks a lot. And I should not miss out. I should thank Dr. Sara, who has been there right from the morning till the evening. She has done an excellent job, Dr. Tara. Sara, okay. I made you a Tara because of a star, nothing else.
Sir, really student.
God bless you. Congratulations. ఇంటికి వెళ్ళి దిష్టి తీయించుకోండి.
The phone is still not claimed. Somebody can have it if it is somebody's.